Chapter 1391. When Old Goddess disappeared, her iconic red dress disappeared along with the pair of golden wings. Even the 10,000-winged divine ring on her head fell off. After the destruction of the inner world, Lotus Sun and the others reappeared in the Temple of Freedom, and she picked up the 10,000-winged divine ring that had fallen to the ground. For a moment, all the secret rooms in the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube started to shake as if they had been stimulated. The space walls on all sides started to compress in the center, and they were about to shrink into a ball. Loopy Toad could clearly sense a powerful resentment at work. It's Old Goddess. This woman is using her remnant thoughts to activate the magic cube, intending to blow us all up inside. Then what should we do? Sun Yinger had no clue what to do, and could only cry with Lotus Sunday, boo-hoo. Brung. I hope I'll still be your shadow in my next life. Stupid Yinger, don't say your last words so early. Lotus Sun was very calm as she looked at Loopy Toad. If Boss Ing is here, he'll have a way, right? Wang Ing had been cooped up in Loopy Toad's shadow for a long time. At that moment, he finally emerged and asked with a smile, "When did you find me?" "When Inger's strength returned, I was already sure that you were with us," Lotus Sun said. She looked at Wang Ing. "Can you take us out?" "Of course," Wang Ing said confidently, and then looked at Sun Yinger. "Unfortunately, you can't be Miss Sun's shadow in her next life. Besides, I heard all the bad things you said about me before. I'll settle the score with you after we get out." Sun Yinger, Wang Ing had already prepared an escape route, which was why Wang Ling had sent him here. Thus, there was no need to find the exit of any secret room at all. This mere Heavenly Tao secret room couldn't trap people like Wang Ling and Wang Ing. Then, a pitch-black passage opened in front of them. What a pity that the Heavenly Tao secret room was compressed, and all the good things in it were destroyed, Loopy Toad said regretfully. That counts as good? Wang Ing couldn't help laughing. To be exact, he thought that in Old Goddess's eyes, these things might be good things. But whether it was Wang Ling or Wang Ing himself, they were worthless. When women became ruthless, they were indeed terrifying. He had actually thought of using the Heavenly Tao chamber that he had painstakingly modified to commemorate his relationship with Tao ancestor Wang to bury another woman that he was jealous of. One could only say that Tao ancestor Wang had made a mistake. Secondly, the old man still didn't have a clear understanding of himself. If this old god knew that Lotus Sun was safe and sound, he would probably die with everlasting regret, right? After leaving the secret room of the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube, Lotus Sun stood next to the sinkhole on Divine Tao Star and gazed into the abyss below. A glittering magic cube floated up from the bottom of the abyss. To her astonishment, the Rubik's Cube actually fused with the mysterious sea in her hand. "Congratulations, Miss Sunday. Your mysterious sea is now a dual-core spirit sword. Aren't we going to hold the upgrade ceremony?" Lotus Sun was surprised. She had heard from the monk that the dual-core mysterious sea could unleash the power of the overturning the world sword. The might of one sword was equivalent to 100 city-toppling swords. The Heavens Tesseract will attract and resonate with each other. The upgrade ritual only needs to be carried out once, and it will be used to fuse Mysterious Sea with the first Heavens Tesseract, Wang Ing replied. He gazed at the twin Mysterious Sea in Lotus Sun's hand and sensed the powerful battle prowess it exuded. The power of Lotus Sun's sword was now comparable to that of a Tao god. There was probably no one below the Tao god level who could withstand this kind of sword power. I took another Rubik's Cube. What should we do about the hole in it? Lotus Sun was worried. I naturally have a way to deal with that. After saying that, Wang Ing took out a brand new Heavenly Tao Tesseract from his sleeve. This cube was golden in color. It was the same color as fresh crispy noodle snacks. Just replace it with a new one, Wang Ing said. This was prepared from the beginning? No, it's fresh out of the oven. It's fresh out of the oven. Your Excellency just pinched it. It's not difficult to make, but it's more difficult to collect the materials. Wang Ing said. Monk Jin Deng was in charge of collecting the materials, and it took him a day to collect the materials for 2 Rubik's Tesseract. After receiving the materials, Lord instantly needed 2. One was used to fill the hole in the unspeakable land, And now this one is used to repair Divine Tao Star. After saying that, he threw the golden heavenly Tao Tesseract into the pit below. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the abyss, which had been buried in endless darkness, shone brilliantly. Like a sweet spring, the dazzling light of restoration gushed out from the depths of the abyss to mend the hole in the sky pit. The sky pit was rapidly being filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a minute, it was completely repaired. Even the buildings that had been swallowed up by the sky pit were completely restored. So, will the heavenly Tao Tesseract's imbalance be stopped? Loopy Toad asked at that moment. It's just that it won't happen for the time being. There are currently 9 heavenly Tao Tesseracts, so keeping each other in check isn't a problem. But the new Rubik's Tesseract is too powerful, and it's definitely not a long-term solution. So if we want to replace it, we'll have to replace the remaining 7. Wang Ying said as he looked at Lotus Sunday, from today on, Miss Sun's job every night is to replace the Rubik's Tesseract. Now that you have dual mysterious C-cores, your battle strength has increased significantly. With Ying-er to protect you, it's good to use this opportunity to go out and gain experience. I'll do my best, Lotus Sun said. Wang Ying noticed that the girl didn't look as happy as he had imagined. Is Miss Sun worried about Awan? Her soul has been swallowed by Old God. Can classmate Wang Ling do anything? Actually, there's no need for Lord Ling to do anything. Wang Ying shook his head and smiled. That Qing Tong cat in the forsaken land of the gods was already one of them. It wouldn't be difficult at all for him to say hello and capture Awan's soul. As for the soul that had been swallowed by Old God, it actually wasn't Awan's complete soul. The Qing Tong cat had deliberately split it up for Old God. After Awan's soul had been split up, the Qing Tong cat had swiftly used its magic power to repair it. Repairing souls was also one of the abilities of the pillar spirit of the divine pillar. At that moment, Lotus Sun suddenly felt the myriad wings god ring on her wrist tremble slightly. The curly-haired girl was like a kitten that had poked its head out of a coffee cup, and she abruptly poked her head out of the divine ring. Nanana, I'm back. Awan. Lotus Sun was pleasantly surprised. I think I'm a little stuck. Wait for Awan. Lotus Sun cupped Awan's face, then handed the divine ring to Sun Yinger. Help me. Let's pull Awan out together. 1, 2, 3. Harder. The two girls worked together, and with a slurp, the curly-haired girl was pulled out of the narrow divine ring. Old God's divine ring is too small. Awan rubbed her chest. This was where she had been stuck just now. Pulling it out by force had rubbed against her chest. Sun Yinger smiled evilly. I didn't expect Awan to be so big despite her young age. I heard from Old God that you're an ageless soul and will never age. Aren't you the legendary legal Lolita? AI, ageless souls aren't as good as I thought. I don't know why Old God is so obsessed with this. Awan sighed. With that, she bowed deeply to the crowd. This time, thank you all for your help. Awan, you're welcome. The person you should really thank is classmate Wang Ling, Lotus Sun smiled. I'll never forget Ling Zhenren's kindness. I'll definitely repay it. After saying that, Awan looked up at Lotus Sunday, and don't worry, Rong Rong, I'm not talking about repaying you with my body. What does it have to do with me? Lotus Sun's face started to heat up again. Although she had been teased time and again these days, it seemed that she still hadn't gotten used to this kind of teasing. AI, it was really too hard to fall in love with a blockhead. At that moment, Awan said to Wang Ying, her eyes twinkling cutely. Your Excellency Wang Ying, you and Immortal Toad can go back first. I have something to give to Rong Rong. It's getting late. No. 60 High School will resume classes tomorrow. I hope Miss Sun will come back soon, Wang Ying said. I know. Lotus Sun nodded. Wang Ying deliberately reminded her of the time for a reason. It was now past 5 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. There were less than 3 hours to go before the reduced time of 8 o'clock every night. As soon as Lotus Sun returned to Earth, Sun Yinger would immediately report to him according to their agreement. Heh? She actually called him a gorilla? Then let this guy see how big a gorilla's chest muscles were. Before leaving, Wang Ying swept Sun Yinger a glance. Sun Yinger shivered, and there was a feeling of death overflowing between her eyebrows. In a quiet room in the divine palace, Wan showed Lotus Sun and Sun Yinger some of the things she had collected over the years. There were magic treasures, elixirs, and some beautiful clothes. These things were like treasures, and each of them shone brightly. Some were rare treasures that Wan had obtained from her training, while others had been inherited from the old god. Now that the old god was dead, Wan still felt a little upset when she saw these things she had inherited from him. "Wan, are you still thinking about the old god?" Lotus Sun asked. She could actually sense that Wan and the old god had a very close relationship. But there was nothing she could do now. She could only step forward and gently put a hand on Wan's shoulder to comfort her. "Although the old god did something terrible to me, I've always regarded her as a mother. But I've always seen her as my mother." Wan sighed. She opened a box, and a golden feather appeared in front of the three girls. This feather was like a white flame, emitting light like the sun. After Wan poured her divine power into it, the whole feather seemed to be burning, shining with mysterious runes. It looked like a feather that was burning fiercely, but it gave off a cold fire that wasn't scalding. This cold fire had the power to freeze everything. "Golden divine feather," Wan said. Back then, the old god found a treasure in order to freeze her appearance. She tried to use the golden divine feather to freeze her appearance, but unfortunately, she couldn't reverse the rejuvenation of her body. "These things are of great significance to you, right?" Lotus Sun asked. "Well, they used to be. But now, I think I should look forward." Wan smiled, her face flushed, and she looked so cute that people wanted to kiss her. "Rong Rong and can choose any of these things." "Huh? Is that okay?" "Why not? In my room, as long as you like it, you can have it. Of course, compared with what Ling Zhenren gave you, these things might not be worth much, but they're still a token of my appreciation. Each of you has to choose at least one." Lotus Sun was a little hesitant. After all, she wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of others. But since Wan had said so, she had to give face to the world king of the god world. It was just that she was a little dazzled by the dazzling array of objects in front of her, and didn't know what to choose. Why not just pick something that doesn't look that valuable? "What's this?" Lotus Sun asked, pointing at an ugly little stone. Hey, Rong Rong has a good eye. This is a holy moon stone. It can instantly help a spirit beast complete the next stage of evolution. Upgrade from 4th class to 3rd class. Upgrade from 3rd class to 2nd class. Wan gushed on. If it's a 1st class spirit beast, it can be upgraded to a holy beast. Holy beasts have been extinct for a long time, and there are less than 3 holy moonstones left in the universe. This is one of them. I'll change to something else. Lotus Sun was stupefied. She hadn't expected this stone to be so valuable. She cautiously scanned her surroundings. After all, she was the daughter of Huagua Water Curtain Group, and her ability to recognize things was almost innate. Wherever her eyes landed, there was definitely something valuable. This was actually one of the reasons why the old man had a good impression of Wang Ling. Because given his granddaughter's vision, if she really took a fancy to a boy, that boy would definitely have great potential. So even if Wang Ling's profile clearly stated that he was only at the foundation establishment stage, old man's son didn't care at all. So what if he was at the foundation establishment stage? As long as it was a boy that his granddaughter took a fancy to, he would definitely become a true immortal in the future. After observing for a long time, Lotus Sun finally found something that was very familiar to her. "This is a youth-retaining pill, right?" she asked, pointing to a pink elixir. This elixir was placed in an unassuming jar, and was almost no different from the youth-retaining pills refined by Huagua Water Curtain Group. It wasn't strange for a girl's room to have youth-retaining pills. This is an ageless pill. It was refined with the soul power of my ageless soul. After eating it, you won't age for the rest of your life," said Wan. "Won't age for the rest of your life?" "Yes, not for the rest of my life." Wan nodded affirmatively. But unfortunately, this ageless pill can't fulfill the old god's wish. Rong Rong is an earthling, and the ageless pill is perfect for you. With the old god's divine body, the ageless pill can't reverse the situation. I see. Lotus Sun nodded. But she still put the jar back in its place. Hey, doesn't Rong Rong want to remain youthful for the rest of her life? Asked Dawan. She actually didn't quite understand Lotus Sun's behavior. For a girl, appearance was always the most important thing. I think it's also a very happy thing to be able to grow old with the person you like. Lotus Sun shook her head and smiled. In any case, given classmate Wang Ling's strength, if he didn't want to grow old he probably wouldn't, right? Awan. What's this? On the other side, Sun Yinger looked around the room for a long time, and finally found a green stick from a box under Awan's bed. There were even bumps on the stick, and it looked a little ugly and wretched. I remember now, this is the old god's thing. Awan stared at the green stick for a long time, then said, this seems to be the old god's favorite thing when he was alive. It's said to be used for massage? Awan actually didn't quite understand the use of this green stick. The main thing was that it was thick and short, and didn't look like the legendary jade dog beating stick. Thus, Awan had thoughtfully hidden this stick, and hadn't expected Sun Yinger to find it. Your taste is too poor. Why do you keep looking for strange things? Lotus Sun put her hand to her forehead. She could only say that this was indeed her shadow. Alright, I know Rong Rong doesn't lack sticks, said Sun Yinger. What nonsense are you talking about? Does an old man's son have a stick passed down from generation to generation? He'll definitely pass it on to you in the future, said Sun Yinger. Realizing that she had tainted Sun Yinger's words, she couldn't help but blush. Sun Yinger chuckled and casually threw the stick on the bed. How could she not understand the meaning of her words? She had predicted that the other party would think that she had tainted her words. This was the highest level of teasing. Awan, you don't say, your old god really has a lot of strange things. Sun Yinger found that she was getting a little addicted to flipping under the bed. What is this? Sun Yinger pointed at a black pill sealed in a medicine box and asked. Lengthening pill, Awan replied. Put it down? She shouted. What's that? Sun Yinger had a look of disbelief on her face. When the old god and Tao ancestor were dating, they would sometimes feel lonely and write romance novels. This pill is for short story writers to use. After taking it, their writing will become very long, Awan explained. After explaining, Lotus Sun's face turned even redder. On the way back to Earth, the temperature on Lotus Sun's face never stopped. She suspected that Sun Yinger was doing this on purpose, purposely picking strange things to ask. After returning to Lotus Sun's bedroom, Sun Yinger was still snickering mischievously. What she loved the most was her Rong Rong's bashful reactions. Those strange things the old god had left in Awan's room were secondary. The most important thing was Rong Rong's cute reactions. What are you snickering about? Lotus Sun felt that the corners of Sun Yinger's mouth had been curling up like crazy ever since she came back, and it had almost never stopped. Sigh, nothing. He just felt that the black shorts were pretty good. That's Tao Ancestor Wang's underwear, Sun Yinger said with a look of pity. What do I want Tao Ancestor's underwear for? Lotus Sun said angrily. In fact, neither Sun Yinger nor Lotus Sun had expected that the old god would even collect Tao Ancestor's underwear. According to Awan, wearing Tao Ancestor Wang's underwear could make one's six senses calm and tranquil, as well as quell one's desires. And so, this pair of Tao Ancestor Wang's underwear also had a nickname, Wang Chuchong. The scene turned awkward for a moment. In the end, Lotus Sun and Sun Yinger didn't choose anything, and Lotus Sun hurriedly pushed Sun Yinger back. If this girl was allowed to continue searching, who knew what other strange things she might unearth? Awan also realized that the room was a little messy, so he agreed to leave the right to choose things for another time, and sent them back to Earth first. In the bedroom, Sun Yinger and Guyu leaned back on the sofa with a regretful expression on their faces. Ai Rong Rong. I still want that pair of underwear. Really? Look at that gorilla Wang Ying. If he had this thing on him, he wouldn't have gone overboard with me. As soon as she said this, she was swept away by a black shadow once again. This time, Lotus Sun didn't even have time to reply. Everything had happened too suddenly. Lotus Sun thought that Sun Yinger could change her nickname to Sun Anxiang. It was Monday, December 7th. It was the day number 60 high school resumed classes. When everyone arrived at number 60 high school, they were stunned by the towering school buildings and the wide school gates. The entirety of number 60 high school had been completely refurbished from the inside out. It was truly brand new and different from its previous appearance. Take that old, faded stone sculpture at the school gates, for example. After being battered by countless elements, it had finally been retired, and Headmaster Chen had placed it in the school history exhibition hall. Now, the number 60 high school students were greeted at the gate every day by a golden statue of Ajwa. And it was designed to stand on a flying sword. It really gave people the feeling that a hero had arrived and that they were moving forward bravely. Looking at it from afar, it made people's blood boil. I heard that Senior Zhua's statue was already under construction a long time ago. It was originally made of gold sand. Now that our school has money, it's been changed to pure gold. Made of gold sand? Isn't that a sand sculpture? A lot of people in number 60 high school uniforms were discussing this at the school gates. It was the day number 60 high school resumed classes, and a lot of parents had personally come to take their children to school, mainly to see how the school environment had changed. Such a rich and overbearing change made the parents feel relieved. Now that the school had money, this pleasant learning environment would naturally give people a sense of comfort. On the other hand, the quality of the teachers would definitely be a level higher than before. A black commercial car drove past the school gates. Jiang Xiaoche was in the driver's seat and was about to unbuckle his seatbelt, get out and open the door for Lotus Sunday. But the girl refused on the spot. "Brother Xiaoche, there's no need, I can do it myself. You don't need to get out of the car to help me in the future." Jiang Xiaoche frowned. "But that's against the rules. Rules are made by people. I now feel that there's no harm in keeping a low profile." Lotus Sun smiled. She directly opened the door and got out of the car, then followed the people around her into the school. Jiang Xiaoche gnashed his teeth at this scene. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he watched the girl enter the school surrounded by a group of people. Only then did he drive away. At a corner, Jiang Xiaoche took out his phone and began to lay out a battle plan. "Is everything ready?" A deep male voice swiftly came from the other end of the phone. "Everything is ready. On the way home from school today, everything will be carried out according to Brother Zhang's instructions." "Good." Jiang Xiaoche nodded. Chapter 1392. The first day number 60 high school resumed classes meant that Wang Ling wouldn't have to take online classes, wouldn't have to record learning videos at home, and wouldn't have to receive messages every morning from Old Pan calling out names online and publicly punishing those who hadn't handed in their homework. He thought his life was finally back on track. But it turned out that the trouble was far more than that. The night before school resumed, Wang Ling's eyelids began to twitch regularly. It wasn't a particularly high-level alarm. But this was clearly a bad warning. After experiencing so many incidents, Wang Ling's eyelid warning now had a whole new understanding of the level of trouble and wouldn't easily trigger a warning for small troubles. Unless something explosive was going to happen next, big trouble on the first day of school? As expected of myself. Wang Ling mused in his heart. Number 60 High School's main gate. Wang Ling saw number 60 High School's new look, and it was indeed a lot more luxurious than he had imagined. The statue of Aj was standing on a flying sword in front of the gate startled Wang Ling, for no other reason than that its posture was too silly. Wang Ling remembered how Ajwa had proudly explained the statue's black technology to him last night. It was said that the pendulum clock in number 60 High School's teaching building had merged with Ajwa's statue. Ajwa stood on the flying sword, the tip of the sword aimed at the hour hand, while his right hand held the second and minute hands, so the entire statue's posture would constantly change as time passed. Of course, the funniest thing was at noon and midnight. An opening would automatically open at the crotch of Ajwa's statue, and a golden pendulum would descend from inside to swing between its thighs. Walking along the school square in the direction of the teaching building, Wang Ling saw a lot of students lining up on both sides of the school square. Super Chen and Hirogwa, these two buffoons, were impressively at the end of the line. Wang Ling! Hirogwa called out from afar. The little fatty had clearly neglected to exercise during this period of time at home, and Wang Ling felt that Hirogwa seemed to have put on a lot of weight. In fact, Wang Ling himself had also put on weight. Fortunately, he had already used the big fat spell to rub off the fat, and now stored it in the king's eye space in case he needed it. Wang Ling didn't know what the two of them were lining up for, so he walked over to take a look. He probably wasn't the kind of person who liked doing good things. But he couldn't resist Super Chen and Hirogwa's enthusiastic greetings, and it would be impolite if he didn't respond. Why do I feel like you have dark circles under your eyes? You look like you haven't woken up yet. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were saving the world again at home. Super Chen took the initiative to put his arm around Wang Ling's shoulder. Wang Ling sighed in his heart. He knew Super Chen was joking. In this day and age, dark eye circles were the bane of his reputation. How would he dare to show them again? It was true that he didn't sleep well. It wasn't because he didn't get enough sleep that his mental state wasn't good. On the other hand, it was because of his dead fish eyes. This kind of eye shape always gave people the feeling that he didn't sleep enough. On the other hand, yesterday's sudden eyelid warning had scared Wang Ling so much, however, it was obvious that the eyelid warning was not referring to the current situation. Our school is really rich now. There's even a teleportation array in the school square. Hirogwa explained to Wang Ling, this is specially made for students who are late. It's open 24 hours a day, and all the information has already been entered into the back end of the school array control system. As long as you enter the school square, you'll be able to directly step into the transmission array and be transported to your classroom. It can teleport up to 10 people at a time. Wang Ling nodded. He finally understood. This was the legendary welfare of lazy people. But they actually didn't need to use this kind of array at all since they were already in the classroom on the first floor. It would be a lot faster to walk there than to queue up for the teleportation array. It's our first time, so let's experience it. The main thing is that our school's facilities are much bigger now, and the teaching buildings are much wider. For a moment, some people can't figure out where their classrooms are, Super Chen said. Very soon, it was their turn. Hirogwa put his arm around Wang Ling and Super Chen's shoulders as they walked in together. Wait for me. At that moment, Little Peanut hurriedly rushed over and caught the last bus. Before he was teleported, he bowed and apologized to the people behind him. Sorry, we're in the same class. The schoolmates still in line didn't mind too much. There was a buzz. Wang Ling and the others appeared at the door of Grade 1, Class 3. It was a classroom on the far right of Teaching Block 1. And then, there was smoke started to rise from the school square. The teleportation array which Wang Ling had just used was broken on the spot. Hirogwa, what's going on? We just finished using it, and it broke? Super Chen, it must have been used too often, because this array is meant for people who are about to be late. It can teleport up to 10 people at a time, and we've only used 4. It's not like it's overloaded. Unless there's someone weighing more than 1,000 gene. Wang Ling, after returning to the classroom without a hitch, Little Peanut started to collect homework. Because it was done online, he collected USB drives this time. So far, apart from the teleportation array outside, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, but Wang Ling was still very vigilant. When it came to collect Wang Ling's USB drive, Little Peanut said, Wang Ling, it looks like there's something in your locker. Of all the lockers, yours is the only one that's lit up. Locker? Wang Ling was startled. It's a new facility the school added, and everyone has one. It seems that the school distributes benefits on holidays and festivals into these lockers for everyone to pick up. Our class picks up stuff next door, and it's merged with class 2. Little Peanut pointed in a direction. It's so early in the morning, who would stuff things into your storage box? Hirogwa was curious and snorted. Could it be a love letter? I don't think it's very likely. Super Chen raised his eyebrows, and his tone involuntarily turned sour. Last semester, Wang Ling didn't receive a single love letter. It's most likely someone's prank. Wang Ling was silent. Now, It seemed that the contents of the storage box were indeed the prank love letter that someone had delivered. Fortunately, he had a habit of arriving at school early. Since there weren't many people around, he should hurry up and take it out. Wang Ling hurriedly got up and went to the locker next door to look for the box. As Su Xiao had said, his was the only one with a red light, and he could find it at a glance. Hirogua and Super Chen followed behind him to join in the fun. The default password is 4 zeros. Wang Ling, hurry up and open it. Hirogua looked like he was watching a good show. Wang Ling entered the password. There was a ding. A pile of envelopes sealed with love stickers fell out of the box with a crash and instantly reached Wang Ling's knees. Lotus Sun, who was passing by, happened to see this scene. Chapter 1393. There were all kinds of love letters, and there were more than 100 of them. Hirogua, Super Chen, and the others followed behind to help Wang Ling tidy up. When they were tidying up, some of the letters weren't glued together, and the paper inside fell out, giving Hirogua a chance to gossip. For a moment, the people in the storeroom at the back became onlookers. Dear classmate Wang, Hirogua lifted his head after reading a letter and was startled. F***K. It was really written for Wang Ling? He continued to read, Classmate Wang, I've admired you for a long time. When I think of your strong physique, I can't sleep at night. Do you remember, you once looked back and smiled at me? Wang Ling looked back and smiled. Super Chen laughed foolishly. As expected, it was a prank. How could Wang Ling look back and smile at someone? They might not all be pranks. There are so many, and the handwriting is different. Hirogua casually opened the rest of the letters and started to read. Classmate Wang, I really like you. Can I be your girlfriend? I'm very cute. Classmate Wang, even if we're not in the same school, I always believe in what a certain cartoon says, yearning will cross time and space to bring me to your side. Classmate Wang, I don't know what style you like, but I can change for you. I've been eating papaya every day recently. Classmate Wang, I heard you like fair-skinned girls, so I use a cucumber mask every day for you. A lot of girls in our class are fighting to imitate me, and the price of cucumbers in the market has gone up because of you. Wang Ling, Hirogua, and Super Chen. Hirogua was so scared that he dropped the letters on the spot. In these letters, lowless, mature sisters, salty and sweet, there were all kinds of girls. Inside and outside school, hospitals, internet cafes, and all kinds of work units. There are even girls outside school, and there are even female university students who are already working. Before Hirogua could shout at the top of his lungs, Super Chen and Little Peanut covered his mouth. Are you crazy? Why are you shouting so loudly? Super Chen hinted at the door with his eyes. There was no one there, but the three of them were well aware that Lotus Sun was on the side. Because there were so many letters, they did not know whether they were real or fake. There was definitely an element of mischief in it, but if there was a real confession letter, it would be a disaster if it wasn't handled properly. Anyway, what we can confirm now is that there's definitely no one in our class. I know the handwriting of the girls in our class. Su Xiao said. He was the commissary in charge of studies, so he came into contact with everyone's homework almost every day. He was very confident in recognizing handwriting. It wasn't that there weren't other girls in class who liked Wang Ling, the main thing was that Lotus Sun was here. Furthermore, Lotus Sun had publicly confessed to Wang Ling a long time ago, and no one was willing to offend that rich young lady. There are too many letters, and I think it's very difficult for Wang Ling himself. I think I'll handle this matter. At that moment, Super Chen stepped forward and volunteered. Wang Ling was startled and thought he had heard wrong. These letters might be half true and half false. If you throw them all away, you'll definitely be criticized if you're discovered. If you accept it, some girls might misunderstand that you are interested in them. So, Wang Ling, just pretend you don't know about this, Super Chen said. As a man who had received love letters in junior high, Super Chen seemed to be very experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. He reached out and patted Wang Ling on the shoulder. We're all good brothers. Leave it to me. His unswerving eyes revealed his strong conviction. Overall, Wang Ling felt that Super Chen was a reliable man. Furthermore, he had never expected Super Chin to actually choose this time to help him. What a good brother! Wang Ling looked back at him gratefully. Finally, he hadn't cultivated a relationship with his classmates for nothing. But somehow, Wang Ling felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Elsewhere, just before school ended, Jiang Xiaoche received a piece of news. According to his original plan, he had hired a group of thugs from the underworld. The one with the highest realm was a nascent soul cultivator, who was nicknamed Old Gray. Old Gray, along with a dozen or so golden core cultivators, planned to surround Wang Ling and Lotus Sun on the way back from school. Hiring such a large group of people had cost Jiang Xiaoche a lot. 2 years of his salary had been wiped out overnight. But he didn't feel bad about it. All of this was for the sake of capturing Lotus Sun, and then tying her to his belt forever. In the end, just before school ended, Old Gray received information about love letters. What? You're saying that Wang Ling has received a lot of love letters? Is this information reliable? Jiang Xiaoche asked. Very reliable, Brother Jiang. I also spent money to hire students to spy on him, and I heard that Miss Sun was depressed all day. Old Gray replied, Of course, I heard that some of the love letters were mischievous, but there were so many that some of them were real. Also, the love letters were written to all sorts of girls, both inside and outside the school. Then what about these love letters? Jiang Xiaoche's interest was piqued. These love letters were the key. If you, Wang Ling, hadn't flirted with women everywhere, how could you have gotten so many love letters? Since these love letters were the key evidence, he had to get his hands on them. When the time came, Old Man Sun would have to believe them even if he didn't want to. These love letters seemed to be in the hands of a person called Super Chin, who has a pretty good relationship with Wang Ling. It seems that he intends to help Wang Ling get rid of these love letters, Old Gray said. Jiang Xiaoche nodded. Then after school, send another group of people to snatch these love letters back. Understood. In a van on the side of the street, Old Gray nodded and hung up. Sitting in the front passenger seat, he called out to the people behind him. Brothers, did you hear what Brother Jiang said? Since you did, let's take action. Yes, the people in the back replied. A whole car full of people. Invisibility talismans stuck on their bodies, and armed with steel pipes, broadswords and all kinds of dangerous controlled weapons, they jumped out of the car one after another. These weapons looked very dangerous, but in fact, they had been specially made. They just looked scary. Jiang Xiaoche might have been fooling around, but he was in fact still afraid of hurting Lotus Sunday. Thus, these weapons were special props for filming blockbusters. They looked dangerous, but in fact, when you really hit them, you wouldn't feel any pain at all. And so, on this day after school at number 60 high school, a miraculous scene unfolded. Super Chin, who was about to leave the school gates to deal with the love letters, was immediately targeted by Old Gray's group. Lotus Sun had seen Old Gray's group again. Behind them were Wang Zhen and Fang Xing. And then Wang Ling. He was at the very back of everyone else. In the morning, he had actually already guessed who on earth was behind the prank love letters. But now, these two werewolves had already jumped out. Wang Ling was puzzled and didn't understand what on earth Wang Zhen and Fang Xing's goal was. Could it be that they were so bored that they wanted to observe Lotus Sun's reaction? In any case, Wang Ling already knew. These love letters had originally been written for Wang Zhen. Then, if he intercepted them and gave them to Lu Qingyi, what kind of miraculous chemical reaction would happen? Kneeling on a durian was unavoidable. Chapter 1394. As soon as they left the school gate, Lotus Sun noticed a suspicious group of people following Super Chin. These people were furtively wearing invisibility talismans, but this level of invisibility was already completely exposed to Mysterious C's sword chi. Mysterious C's sword chi was like a radar that could easily scan the average invisible unit. At first, she didn't know that this group of people had also come for the love letters Super Chin was carrying. It wasn't until Mysterious C used his sword chi to draw the secret conversation of the trackers into her ears that Lotus Sun confirmed the other party's objective. Be careful, there are still a lot of people around. Don't make a move now. There's a dark alley up ahead. There's an opportunity there. Our team's mission is just the love letters. Got it. Just grab the love letters and knock them out. Yes. Hearing this, Lotus Sun was completely stupefied. Forget about men who snatched men from women these days. But there were actually men who snatched love letters from women. Had he been single for so long that he could read love letters with delicate features? Lotus Sun felt that there was something strange about the entire love letter incident. She knew that someone had to be playing a prank behind the scenes in these hundreds of love letters, but what if some of them were real? Thus, after struggling for an entire day, Lotus Sun still decided to split her attention to investigate. In addition, the young girl had also keenly captured one thing from the conversation just now. That was what one of them had said about our team's mission. Did that mean that there was actually a second and third team plotting something else? It seemed that this was a premeditated operation. This group's goal might not just be the love letters. At that moment, the young girl suddenly thought of something very scary. Could it be that someone had hidden some important information in these love letters? She thought of the common plot lines in movies and TV dramas. In order to ensure that no evidence of their crimes was left behind, a group of vicious criminals would use primitive methods to transmit information and communicate code words, and then plan a terrorist attack. Today was number 60 High's first day back at school. There had to be a problem with this suspicious group of people appearing at this time. Moreover, one of the teleportation arrays in the school square was broken this morning. That was a newly built array. Who the hell knew if this group had done it? No, we have to stop these people. Lotus Sun had originally been after Super Chen's love letter. As a result, after following them all the way here, she noticed this group of suspicious people. Lotus Sun felt that if she didn't do anything, the situation might develop in an even more serious direction. Wasn't classmate Ling's purpose in upgrading her spirit sword so that she could protect herself, protect her friends and companions, and uphold justice in a timely manner? Wang Ling, behind her. Fang Xing, Wang Zhen and Wang Ling at the back couldn't help gaping. After they used the mind-reading technique to listen to the girl's thoughts, their facial expressions and movements could be said to be the same, and they all looked stunned. It could only be said that Lotus Sun was truly Lotus Sun. He had only walked less than 100 meters out of the school gate, but he had already made up the script in his head. At that moment, he lowered his head and put his hands in his trouser pockets as he walked forward, pretending that nothing had happened. The other group that Lotus Sun was talking about was in fact right behind him. They were also wearing invisibility talismans and were moving stealthily, but the leader was very cautious. Old Gray was following behind them with the other group. Although he had already confirmed Wang Ling and Lotus Sun's position, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to make a move. He looked around vigilantly, sweat beading on his forehead. These idiots! Do they think they'll be fine just because they put on invisibility talismans? They don't even know they've been discovered. It could only be said that in the end, Old Gray was Old Gray. In any case, he was a nascent soul expert, and had long since sensed that their operation had been exposed. They've been exposed? No way. Aren't the enemies we're dealing with only at the Foundation establishment stage? The invisibility talisman that Brother Jiang gave us is top-notch. Anyone below the nascent soul stage won't be able to see through it, said one of the underlings. For this operation, Jiang Shaoche had even spent a lot of money to prepare props. He was the Chief Secretary General of Huaguo Water Curtain Group and Old Man Sun's personal figure. How could he use street stall goods to support this operation? I don't know what's going on either. Old Gray was also very puzzled. Who the hell knew how a Foundation establishment cultivator could be so good at distinguishing things? On the contrary, these golden core and nascent soul thugs were like street stall goods. They had also cultivated step by step to get to where they were now. At that moment, Old Gray was very depressed. They were all people who had made mistakes when they were young and had criminal records. Thus, even if they had high realms, no company would dare hire them. Nowadays, even moving bricks at construction sites required criminal records. Thus, Old Gray could only take the lead in this kind of business and join the loyalty team. It sounded like a triad, but in fact, It was a social and emotional organization that specialized in testing the feelings between men and women. Although they were called thugs, they actually hadn't really hit anyone since they turned over a new leaf and were only acting as thugs. What should we do? Miss Sun has already sensed them. Should we call off the operation? Someone asked. Old Gray was also conflicted about this question. Ever since they had joined the loyalty team, they had never failed a mission before. The number of scumbags who had fully exposed their true nature under their deliberate intimidation was innumerable. It wasn't that there were no couples who chose to protect each other and face danger together in the face of danger. But based on the cases Old Gray had participated in, when their lives were in danger, most people would choose to push the people around them out and run away alone. According to Jiang Xiaoche's original plan, Old Gray and the others had planned to record Wang Ling's reaction after they attacked Lotus Sunday. But now, the team that had gone to snatch the love letter had been exposed. It seemed that they couldn't continue with the mission. But Old Gray felt that this might be a good opportunity. Because snatching the love letter wasn't the main objective to begin with. Miss Sun's attention is now on the team in front of us, so I think it's the right time to act. At that moment, Old Gray grit his teeth and took out a purple reagent from his Qiankuan bag. "What's this?" asked one of his lackeys next to him. This wasn't supposed to be a prop for this operation, but in order to ensure the success of the operation, Old Gray decided to use it from his collection. This is fear water. When you throw it on the ground, the fear gas inside will quickly evaporate. Within a radius of 500 meters, the weaker party will be more afraid of the stronger party. It's the best tool to test those scumbags. The greater the gap in their realms, the stronger the fear effect, and in severe cases, they'll directly go into shock. It's that useful? But it only lasts for 3 minutes, so we have to make it quick. But after saying that, Old Gray, who was following behind Wang Ling, immediately threw the reagent on the ground. The gas evaporated continuously. When Old Gray and his lackeys saw Wang Ling's back, they suddenly felt like they were going to have a heart attack. Chapter 1395. A strong sense of discomfort spread through the hearts of Old Gray and the lackeys behind him. Their faces swiftly turned white, and they started to have difficulty breathing. Old Gray didn't know what on earth was going on, let alone why a Foundation establishment youngster's back looked so terrifying. In the eyes of Old Gray and the others, Wang Ling was now a ferocious prehistoric beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Was this the legendary back shadow kill? In a split second, the dozen or so invisible units behind Wang Ling, led by Old Gray, all fell to the ground. Old Gray struggled on the ground, then completely lost consciousness and fell into a temporary state of shock. The battle was already over before it had even started. The gas emitted by the water of fear was colorless and odorless, and wasn't easy to detect. But even Old Gray himself couldn't have imagined this. In addition to having a terrifying back, the contestant in front of him was also a walking air purifier. Before the gas emitted by the water of fear could completely diffuse through the air, Wang Ling had already inhaled it and purified it completely. Wang Ling's ability to purify his body was unimaginable. Otherwise, with the power of the water of fear, who knew how many people within a radius of 500 meters would have fainted? Wang Zhen and Fang Xing followed behind Lotus Sunday. They were sure that she had already sensed the invisible units in front of them. Dual Mysterious Sea is indeed amazing. I feel like I'm no match for her now. Wang Zhen swallowed. He could already feel the terror of Mysterious Sea's sword chi from several bodies away. And this was just the normal flow of sword chi. It was like a bottle of perfume that emitted a fragrance into the surroundings. Lotus Sun hadn't released Mysterious Sea's sword chi at all, but its aura was already very terrifying. Is this the most powerful Foundation establishment cultivator? Very strong indeed. Fang Xing rubbed his chin and said meaningfully, "Let's retreat." Now that Lotus Sun had become stronger, they might be exposed if they continued to follow her. Didn't you want to observe classmate Sun's reaction? Wang Zhen asked telepathically. That's enough. It looks like she cares a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed him right after school, said Fang Xing. They had chosen to follow Lotus Sun earlier because they wanted to see her reaction, but also because they had noticed a group of suspicious people wearing invisibility talismans. As a core member of Battle Sect, Lotus Sun was like a younger sister to Wang Zhen and Fang Xing. Worried that something might happen, they followed behind Lotus Sunday. But now, after truly sensing the terrifying sword qi released by the mysterious sea powder, Fang Xing felt that it was no longer necessary. To use a classic movie line, Lotus Sun could now put her hands on her hips and shout, "I want to fight 10." However, it was judged according to the actual situation. With this kind of combat power, even if there were hundreds of millions of golden core cultivators, it would still be useless. Sure enough, Wang Zhen and Fang Xing had only taken a few steps down the other path. There was movement in the dark alley. Lotus Sun stepped into the dark alley and released powerful sword qi. Boom! A huge pressure descended from the sky, instantly shaking the members of the loyalty team, causing them to foam at the mouth and fall to the ground. "Student Lotus Sun? Why are you here?" Chinda was shocked. He had no idea what was going on. He heard the sound of someone falling to the ground behind him. When he turned around, he saw Lotus Sun standing behind him. "Super Chin, I'm sorry." Super Chin had no idea what was going on at all when Lotus Sun swiftly knocked him out with a karate chop. Lotus Sun had held back, and her palm was covered with a trace of mysterious sea sword qi, which was enough to knock Super Chin out. The girl's actions were clean and decisive, without the slightest bit of hesitation. In almost the blink of an eye, all these people with invisibility talismans had been knocked out by Lotus Sun's sword qi. She collected all the love letters, then helped the unconscious Super Chin to one side before calling Jiang Xiaoche. When Jiang Xiaoche received Lotus Sun's message, he thought that his plan had succeeded and was overjoyed. "Miss, what's wrong? Did you run into some trouble?" "Very troublesome." Lotus Sun thought for a bit, then nodded. "The main thing is that a lot of people fainted." "What?" Jiang Xiaoche was stupefied. "There was a group of golden core criminals following my classmates. I don't know what happened, but they all seemed to have fainted. Before they wake up, Brother Xiaoche, hurry over and take care of it. Also, that classmate of mine called Super Chen also fainted. Remember to take him home," said Lotus Sunday. After hanging up, little friend Jiang Xiaoche had a lot of question marks in his heart. And so, on the first day number 60 high school went back to school, it was on the news. It wasn't because of number 60 high school's renovation. The content of the news broadcast was mainly related to a car accident in front of number 60 high school. When Wang Ling watched the news, he felt that the female anchor was holding back her laughter as she reported the incident. The female anchor: "A car accident happened in front of number 60 high school in Peiyuan District, Songhai City. 14 men with invisibility talismans and special movie props in their hands lay neatly on the road in front of number 60 high school. Parents who were driving their children to and from school couldn't avoid them in time and ran over them. Please read the interview in detail." On TV, a female reporter gave Old Gray a microphone. "May I ask who you are? Why did you appear in front of the school with invisibility talismans on?" We are members of the film crew. We forgot to take off the talismans on our way home after filming, and then we fainted from exhaustion," Old Gray explained with quick wits. His face and body were covered in wheel marks. More than a dozen cars had run over him. If it wasn't for his realm foundation, he would probably have already become minced meat. As for the golden core cultivators behind him, they weren't so lucky. Like Old Gray, they had been forced to suffer the experience of being repeatedly run over by cars. It was just that they weren't unscathed like Old Gray. Apart from the wheel marks on their bodies, most of them had broken bones. It had been many years since he had joined the loyalty squad. Although Old Ash had the experience of laughing and joking with the squad members and cracking dirty jokes, he had never experienced it before. It was just that he had never thought that one day there would really be a car running over his face. This was a real car running over his face. 2F*** King Unlucky. At the same time, in the top floor office of Huagua Water Curtain Group, Sunny Yuan received a report from Jiang Xiaoche. "HM? Rong Rong was attacked by a group of people with invisibility talismans on her way home from school, and then they inexplicably fainted?" Sun Yuan put down the newspaper with a serious expression on his face. Yes. Jiang Xiaoche nodded. Although Miss was scared but not hurt, that classmate Wang Ling actually just watched from behind during the whole process. He didn't do anything at all. That's really too much. Xiaoche, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your hostility towards classmate Wang seems a little obvious. Old man Sun rolled his eyes and said, You already said that this group of people had invisibility talismans on them. He's only at the foundation establishment stage. How could he know that someone was planning to attack Rongrong? The logic was clear and organized, and Jiang Xiaoche instantly felt that he couldn't refute it. After saying this, Old Man Sun smiled. They say that classmate Wang is a mascot, and it's true. Look, Rongrong was supposed to be in danger, but Wang Ling just happened to be behind her. In the end, Wang Ling just happened to be behind her. Didn't he indirectly help Rongrong avert danger? I never thought that classmate Wang would have a good wife constitution. Jiang Xiaoche was stupefied. What F*** king good wife? However, he still wasn't convinced. But I heard that he received a lot of love letters today. How many? More than 100. That's just like me back then. Even when I received thousands of letters back then, I wasn't as surprised as you are. A lot means that he's charming. This indirectly proves that Rongrong's taste is indeed good. In the bedroom, Lotus Sun dumped all the love letters on her bed. Sun Yinger was shocked. So many love letters. Can you read them all, Rongrong? You still have the task of retrieving the Rubik's Cube tonight. Sitting upright on the bed with her arms crossed, she took a deep breath and said resolutely, Investigate. Loopy Toad will be here in half an hour. Read as many as you can. Chapter 1396. Jiang Xiaoche had realized a very serious problem. All along, it seemed that everything he had done to target Wang Ling had been an assist. Of course, he felt that he couldn't be entirely blamed for this. The main thing was that Old Man Sun's fandom filter was too strong, and he could even imagine something as magical as a wife who brings good fortune. For all, what the hell was this? After returning home, Jiang Xiaoche opened a bottle of champagne and poured it into a goblet to relieve stress. He had planned to drown his sorrows, but the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. There was a crack. He used all his strength, and the goblet in his hand was actually crushed. You've got guts, Wang Ling. When it comes to picking up girls, I, Jiang Xiaoche, will call you number one. As a man with dignity, he wouldn't give up on pursuing Lotus Sunday. At the same time, as a big pig trotter, he also needed to relieve stress for himself. Jiang Yingying, who looked very much like Lotus Sun, had been on his mind the last time he hadn't been able to ask her out. In any case, he had nothing else to do now, so he turned his attention back to Jiang Yingying. Big sis, wanna ask her out? Jiang Xiaoche changed to a new WeChat account and tried to add her as a friend. A few seconds later, there was the sound of a cell phone being smashed. He had been blacklisted by Jiang Yingying again. This was simply the standard ending. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoche was very gloomy. On the other side, in Lotus Sun's room, she was also very gloomy. The two girls sat on the bed and checked the letters one by one. Sun Yinger summoned a few of her clones to help her check them, and after reading less than 20 letters, she felt tired. Wang Ying had just trained her on the moon yesterday, and she still hadn't recovered yet. Furthermore, because Lotus Sun had been on a mission to retrieve the Rubik's Cube, her training schedule had been changed at the last minute. It used to be that she would report to the moon at 8 o'clock sharp every night. Now, it had been changed to 2 hours a day at random intervals. She remembered that she still had to write her daily self-reflection. At that moment, she still had to divert her attention to help her Rongrong check the love letters. Sun Yinger felt like the heroine in a tragedy. It was really too miserable. After a preliminary screening based on Lotus Sun standards, she had already eliminated more than 60% of the more than 100 love letters. Some looked like pranks, while others were directly removed from the list of competitors based on the handwriting alone. I think the expression of this letter is quite sincere. Why did Rongrong remove it just based on the handwriting? Sun Yinger frowned and couldn't help but ask. The content is really good. The language is rich and full, and the wording is gorgeous and touching. But it's a pity that the words are round. This girl probably doesn't manage her weight well. I don't think classmate Wang Ling will like this kind of chubby girl. Lotus Sun buried her head in the letter and said with a serious expression, in addition, this girl's writing is too heavy, which proves that she usually has a fiery temper. But the words she expressed were full of delicacy. To use 4 words to describe it, duplicity. Sun Yinger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When a woman was serious, the smell of gunpowder was too strong. Although there was not a single dirty word in her words, it still made Sun Yinger feel a dangerous atmosphere. The girl had been wearing this expression ever since she started checking the letter. It was as if she had changed into another person and had no intention of relaxing. Sun Yinger had wanted to tease Lotus Sun a little, but Lotus Sun seemed to be immune to it. When Rong Rong was serious, it was really scary. Rong Rong, what are you going to do with these girls? Are you going to catch them and throw them into the river? Sun Yinger asked, trembling. We're living in a society ruled by law. How could I do this kind of underworld business? Hearing this, Lotus Sun fell into deep thought. After a long silence, she said cautiously, it depends. Such as? Introduce them to a new boyfriend, or give them enough money to send them abroad. In any case, at their age, they just want something fresh, Lotus Sun said. You don't want something fresh? Sun Yinger asked. Lotus Sun raised her head at this question, and she looked at Sun Yinger with a very firm expression. I'm not. I know, Rong. Sun Yinger had just mentioned it casually, and hadn't expected Lotus Sun to answer her so seriously. In half an hour, with the help of Sun Yinger and her split body, Lotus Sun successfully sifted through all the letters. In the end, there were only 9 love letters left. Should I ask the old man to check them? Sun Yinger asked. No need. Grandpa would laugh at me. Lotus Sun shook her head. At that moment, Loopy Toad's voice came from outside her bedroom door. Did I interrupt your census? It had been directly teleported here by Lord Ma, and landed in front of Lotus Sun's door. Come in. Just as Lotus Sun thought of Loopy Toad, it appeared. She was puzzled. How did you know what I was doing? The fly at number 60 High's door told me. This king is very well informed now. Loopy Toad smiled. The demon world of the human world wasn't nearly as satisfying as the big meat flies of the demon world. Since it was tasteless, it was better to use it instead. This was Loopy Toad's Human World Flies Incorporation plan. You actually control an intelligence network of flies. Lotus Sun felt as if her horizons had been broadened. It's nothing. Loopy Toad chuckled and looked at Sun Yinger. Don't forget, you still owe me 20 sacks of big meat flies. Sun Yinger, she had almost forgotten that she actually had this assignment. This was the private agreement she had made with Loopy Toad in the secret room of the Heavenly Dao Magic Cube. It was an agreement she had to fulfill even if she had to cry. So, what do you want me to do? Loopy Toad already knew what on earth Lotus Sun wanted to do. It stared at the 9 love letters in the girl's hand. Find these girls and directly swallow them? You just need to help me find them and leave the rest to me, said Lotus Sunday. Amazing, you want to kill them yourself? Loopy Toad teased. Who said I was going to kill them? I'm just trying to reason with them and move their emotions. Lotus Sun got out of bed and bowed to Loopy Toad. Please, Loopy Toad. Good attitude. I can help you. It's also very easy for this king to find these girls. Loopy Toad walked over and sniffed the scent on the letters, and it already knew what was going on. Go collect the magic cube first, I'll take you to them when I come back. Speaking up to this point, Loopy Toad frowned. But it's very strange, I can smell the scent of an acquaintance on these letters. Including the pile you gave me on your bed. The scent of an acquaintance. I'm sure. I can't be wrong. After I became a divine beast, my sense of smell has improved a lot. All of these letters have Wang Zhen's scent on them. Wang Zhen? Lotus Sun was shocked. You mean, Wang Zhen disguised himself as 100 girls to write love letters to Wang Ling? Because the scenario in her head was too shocking, Lotus Sun couldn't recover for a long time. If these letters were all written by Wang Zhen, then she couldn't help asking, why was there such a bored person in this world? I didn't say that. Loopy Toad sweated as it stared at Lotus Sun and said, have you ever thought of another possibility? Perhaps these letters were originally written for Wang Zhen. Chapter 1397. After Loopy Toad's reminder, Lotus Sun finally realized the blind spot she had when examining the letters. All the letters here seemed to have classmate Wang written on them. What was strange was that there was a strange gap between the word Wang and student in many of the letters. If these letters hadn't been written to Wang Ling in the first place, then everything now seemed to make sense. Brother Wang Zhen's letters. But why would he do that? Lotus Sun was full of doubts, but after learning the whole story, her mood was indeed a lot better. It's probably just a simple prank to see your reaction. Loopy Toad hit the nail on the head. My reaction? Lotus Sun sighed in her heart. It was too difficult for her. Chasing after Wang Ling was already difficult enough. She also had to be teased by these seniors in the cultivation world. So does Sister Chingy know about this? Lotus Sun asked. Probably not, said Loopy Toad. Lotus Sun's expression was calm as she gave a kind smile. Then I think it's necessary for her to know. Loopy Toad, Lotus Sun, so now there's only one person left. Loopy Toad was puzzled. What one person? Lotus Sun, now I know that the letters addressed to classmate Wang were all written for brother Wang Zhen. That can already be ruled out. Then there's only one letter left. There's actually a real love letter? Loopy Toad and Sun Yinger were blank when they heard this. It's written, classmate Wang Ling, moreover. This was the main target of my 9 letters. Lotus Sun pulled out this letter with a pink cover from the other 9 letters and said, do you need me to help you find it? No need, this girl even wrote down the address and signature. Lotus Sun frowned slightly. Her name is Jiang Yingying. Jiang Yingying? Loopy Toad felt that this girl's name was a little familiar, as if it had heard it somewhere before. It felt that this matter had become a little complicated. Let's collect the Rubik's Cube first. In any case, there's only one opponent. When I come back, I'll meet her myself. Lotus Sun smiled. From the original 9 opponents to just one opponent, the burden in the girl's heart was indeed lifted a lot. Then where's the 3rd Rubik's Cube? Sun Yinger asked. Sword King Realm. Loopy Toad raised its head and looked at Lotus Sunday. I heard that this is where Lord Jinka was born. Back then, in order to collect the Sword King ancient pillars, Tyrant had repeatedly barged into the Sword King world. That was an extremely dangerous secret realm in the universe. The location was in the eastern district of the Milky Way. There was a sword storm outside the Sword King realm, and it was accompanied by a strong gravitational force. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would be immediately sucked in and turned into dust. Therefore, overall, the difficulty of this mission was no easier than the previous one. It was far more dangerous than Divine Dao Star. However, the main danger was focused on breaking through from the outside. As long as he could successfully break through the Blade Storm, it would be much easier to move around in the Sword King realm. At the same time, in order to ensure that the operation went smoothly, another core member of the war sect helped out. Lady Bai Qiao, you can come out now, Loopy Toad shouted as it looked out the window. With a flash of a brown sword, a white-haired otaku with headphones around her neck appeared in front of everyone. She was still wearing the iconic pajamas of the fire-breathing dragon. Senior Bai Qiao. Lotus Sun greeted. Bai Qiao's face was a little red. Hurry up and get to work. I specially took the time to help you. I hope you'll be quick at retrieving the Rubik's Cube and don't be clumsy and waste time. Not only wasn't Lotus Sun angry in the face of such a poisonous tongue, she even thought the girl in front of her was a little cute. That was Bai Qiao's personality to begin with. Lotus Sun remembered Odd Zhua telling her about his experience looking for Bai Qiao in the past. At that time, Bai Qiao had verbally attacked everyone, not even Wang Ling. So it was fine as long as one understood Bai Qiao's words the other way around. Lord Ma has never been inside the Sword King world, so he could only teleport us to the outskirts. breaking through the blade storm will be difficult, but I think Lady Bai Qiao has already thought of a way, right? Loopy Toad wagged its tail as it did its best to talk to Bai Qiao in a pleasant manner. It actually didn't like Bai Qiao's personality very much, but for Jinka's sake, Loopy Toad had to give her some face. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Bai Qiao snorted, then transformed into a scabbard. After a flash of light, the small scabbard gradually grew larger, and then turned into a small immortal warship the size of a sports car. Fortunately, Lotus Sun's bedroom was spacious enough. Even with the addition of a small immortal warship, it didn't feel crowded. You can actually do this? This was Loopy Toad's first time seeing a scabbard like this, and it was instantly amazed. This is the skin transformation spell, Bai Qiao said. When playing games, sometimes it didn't matter if your skills weren't good, but your skin had to look good. As a veteran otaku, Bai Qiao had done a lot of research on her scabbard skin, so she would often use the skin transformation spell, inspired by the game to make her look even more gorgeous. Although Bai Qiao now looked like a small immortal warship, she was in fact still a scabbard, and there was a slot at the end of the immortal warship for a sword to be inserted. This Galaxy Magic Mecha skin had been inspired by Bai Qiao after playing automatic chess recently. Even Bai Qiao herself hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. Sitting on the immortal warship, the genuine leather sofa inside made Lotus Sun feel very comfortable. Senior Bai Qiao is amazing. Do I need you to tell me that? Bai Qiao sounded a little pleased with herself. Then let's go. As soon as she said that, Lord Ma's golden teleportation light fell from the sky on time to transport everyone to the outside of Sword King World's universe secret land in the eastern part of the Milky Way. In the Wang family's small villa, Wang Ling sensed Loopy Toad, Lotus Sun and Bai Qiao's auras disappear from Earth, and immediately knew that they had already begun the retrieval mission. Swordmaster Bai Qiao, is it really okay? On the side, Jinka couldn't help asking. Wang Ling stretched out his hand and rubbed Jinka's soft white hair. Actually, he could feel Jinka's worry. Although Sword King World was indeed his hometown, it was really too chaotic. Since ancient times, countless spirit swords had been born in Sword King World, and from the moment they were born, they had done everything they could to escape that place. Trillions of spirit swords had struggled endlessly over thousands of years as they tried to break out of the encirclement. In the end, they had failed and turned into sword graves in Sword King World. Jinka remembered that it had taken him a long time to break through Sword King World back then. About a week? He had used his sword chi to create an opening and had successfully escaped the storm of blades. Following closely behind him was the word, pre. Chapter 1398. There weren't many naturally formed universe secret regions. Within the outer domain Milky Way, there were less than 40 secret realms in total. The factors that led to the formation of a universe mystic realm were extremely complex. The 10 great families of the divine realm had once invested a massive amount of resources into exploring these mystic realms in order to research the reasons behind their formation. Even now, they still hadn't fully understood what was going on. Currently, he only knew that the formation of the universe's secret realm was related to the primal chaos. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much of a difference whether the research was done or not. However, in order to ensure their position as the top family in the divine domain, the 10 great families of the divine domain still had to conduct research. Moreover, since there was research, there would definitely be research funding. As for where the profits had gone, only the members of the 10 great clans themselves knew. Researching the essence of the universe's secret regions was to deepen one's understanding of the secret regions. From there, it would be easier to obtain precious resources from the secret regions. To put it bluntly, it was all for sponsored partnerships. Taking the Sword King realm as an example, if one could ignore the Blade Tempest and freely enter and exit the Sword King realm, bring in and out the spirit swords that were born naturally, and then resell them, one would make a fortune. Wang Ling did have the ability to do so. But Father and Mother Wang had taught him from a young age not to use his abilities to make money. So the truth was that if Wang Ling could use his ability, he could definitely become as rich as a country. Forget about the Sword King world, It would be enough if he could sell all the death substitute talismans he had drawn. Using her Galaxy Magic Mecha skin, Bai Qiao safely led everyone through the storm of blades. These blades, which contained high levels of spirit power, were in fact as fine as dust. Imagine, if every grain of sand on the beach was a blade, what kind of feeling would that be? If a cultivator was drawn into it, without an extremely high realm, he would not be able to return. Even if he could withstand it for a while, the layer of blade tempest was simply too thick. One mistake and he might die. Even if you could travel there in the end, you would still have to consider the problem of returning. Although Bai Qiao's body was made of peachwood, it was harder than a sword made of metal. As she weaved through the air, the mecha armor's skin glowed with a metallic light, like dazzling stars. In the end, Bai Qiao led everyone to successfully land on a barren mountain near the coast. This was the famous Broken Sword Mountain in the Sword King realm. Rather than calling it a mountain, it was more like a huge broken sword that was hundreds of feet tall. Rumor has it that this was a huge sword with a very thick body. It was born in the Sword King realm thousands of years ago. He was as big as a mountain when he was born. Many sword spirits felt that Big Sword was a rare genius. Maybe he could challenge and break out of the blade storm. And then there was no then. The great sword's blade spirit had failed to break through. Its body was split into two. Half of it fell into the sea of swords, while the other half turned into broken swords that were forever stuck on the shore, becoming the Broken Sword Mountain. Subsequently, it became a major scenic spot in the Sword King realm forever. Over the past 1,000 years, countless newly born sword spirits had visited this place and carved their own views on the story of the great sword spirit charging into the blade storm. If you don't court death, you won't die. So, what's the use of being big? Isn't it just a fat otaku sword? Thank goodness I'm not a great sword. I'd better stay in the Sword King realm obediently. Casually charging into the blade storm is courting death. Lotus Sun could see these words carved everywhere on the mountain wall of Broken Sword Mountain. Needless to say, these words had come from other sword spirits. These good-for-nothings always complain about heaven and earth. When Bai Qiao saw the words on the mountain wall, she rolled her eyes on the spot. She had also heard about this great sword. Back in the Sword King realm, when all the sword spirits were born, their first thought was to charge into the blade storm, even if they didn't succeed in the end and paid the price with their lives. This used to be seen as a kind of glory. But now, more and more sword spirits interpreted this as overestimating one's capabilities, and used this as a warning to future sword spirits not to challenge the blade storm unless they were confident enough. As a result, there were now more and more sword spirits in the Sword King realm. Furthermore, the new sword spirits were influenced by this new concept and became more and more cowardly. Later, sword spirits like Jinka and Yu, who had once successfully escaped the Sword King realm, became legends in the stories of this new generation of sword spirits. This was once thought to be impossible. Has Senior Bai Qiao ever returned here? Lotus Sun asked curiously. She comes back when she wants to, and goes out when she wants to. It's nothing special. Bai Qiao shrugged and sighed. It's a pity that the new generation of sword spirits aren't good enough, and they're getting worse with each generation. In comparison, her family's Jinka was much more outstanding. It had only taken him a week to successfully break through the blade storm and become the publicly acknowledged #1 sword spirit. But as the saying went, a hero doesn't boast about his past achievements. Bai Qiao felt that there was no need to show off her past achievements. Without further ado, Lotus Sun immediately released Mysterious Sea's sword chi in an attempt to sense the location of the third heavenly Dao magic cube. But this time, it didn't go as smoothly as it had on Divine Dao Star. There were too many Sword King realm sword spirits, and the sword chi was all intertwined to form a natural barrier, making it impossible for Mysterious Sea's sword chi to spread out smoothly. This is why Lord Ling asked me to bring you here. While your battle strength is strong, it's mainly focused on Mysterious Sea. Don't think of yourself as invincible, you should still ask for help when you need it. It's also wrong to be too arrogant and complacent, Bai Qiao reminded her. This was actually what the other people in Battle Sect thought as well, But considering that they wouldn't say it so easily out of fear of losing face, Bai Qiao volunteered to step forward and be the bad guy. Hearing this, Lotus Sun didn't say anything unnecessary and just accepted the advice with a smile on her face. Senior Bai Qiao is right, I'll definitely keep it in mind. Bai Qiao nodded in satisfaction. Just wait, I also have a few friends in the Sword King realm. They'll lead us to the magic cube this time. Friends? Lotus Sun raised an eyebrow. Less than 3 minutes later, Lotus Sun sensed through her sword chi that 3 people were approaching them at the speed of light 100 meters ahead. 1 woman and 2 men. The female sword spirit in the lead was wearing a tight black leather battle suit that perfectly outlined her sexy and curvaceous figure. Very strong sword chi, Loopy Toad said after sensing it for a bit. Very quickly, the 3 sword spirits turned into streaks of light and appeared in front of them. They then knelt down on one knee and greeted Bai Qiao. Lady Bai Qiao, we are late to welcome you. Please forgive us. Forget it, all of you, get up. Bai Qiao wanted to blame them, but felt that arguing would just delay her from finishing her mission earlier and going back to play the game. So, she dropped the matter. This is Carter. Pointing at the female sword spirit in front of her, Bai Qiao introduced her to Lotus Sun and Loopy Toad. Carter's true form is a dagger, and his ultimate skill is Death Lotus. He can split himself into thousands of pieces and then form tornadoes. Lotus Sun. Then, she turned her gaze to the remaining 2 male sword spirits. One of them had a face as white as snow, and in modern terms, looked like a sissy. He had the potential to be an idol star, and was the kind of guy that girls really liked. The other one had a full beard and was dressed like a Spartan warrior. This one has very white skin, he's called Endless. His ultimate skill is a one-hit kill, and he's the sword spirit of choice for cultivators who like to use critical strike sword techniques. Bai Qiao introduced them one by one. This one with the full beard, you can call him Old Man. Among the sword spirits, he can achieve temporary invincibility for 5 seconds, and can even block Jinka's world-annihilating sword. After 5 seconds, he'll be an Iron Fool, and the cooldown time is very long. Lotus Sun, then classmate Wang Ling, Bai Qiao. Oh, Lord Ling is an exception. Even if he's invincible for 50 seconds, it's no use, he'll still crush him. Hearing this, the 3 sword spirits sighed in their hearts. Actually, that wasn't their name at all, but Bai Qiao had forcibly changed their names. She said that their ultimate skill was very similar to a certain game's mechanism, and that it was easier to call them that way. Chapter 1399. After Bai Qiao gave the basic introduction, Lotus Sun had a general understanding of the 3 sword spirits in front of her. Greetings, seniors. Carter, Wu Jin and Old Barbarian shuddered at this form of address, and they really didn't dare accept it. Miss Sun, you can just call us by our names, there's no need to call us seniors. We were born from the universe, and it's only by coincidence that we're older than you. In terms of combat strength, we should call you seniors, Wu Jin said politely. Seniors know me? Lotus Sun was amazed. Because Bai Qiao hadn't introduced her. Miss Sun is too famous now. At least in the circle of sword spirits who follow Lord Jinka and Lord Bai Qiao, there's no one who doesn't know your name, Wu Jin answered truthfully. In fact, the reason why Lotus Sun's name was so resounding actually had something to do with Mysterious Sea. It was as Limitless had said. Sword spirits were born from the universe. It was the same for Mysterious Sea. All the swords in the world come from the Sword King world. This means that the Sword King world is the origin of all sword spirits. That's right. But strictly speaking, not all sword spirits come from the Sword King world. Wu Jin told Lotus Sun about the origin of sword spirits. He gave an example. For example, Mysterious Sea was in fact a native sword spirit born on Earth. Sword spirits who weren't born in the Sword King world were in fact the descendants of the spirit swords who had fled the Sword King world. As for the relationship between Wang Ling and Jinka, it was a mutual resonance between 2 experts. After Jinka escaped the Sword King world, he had been in a deep sleep for a very long time and hadn't chosen his own master. Because no one was good enough for him. Until Wang Ling was born. Sword spirits can also reproduce, but they reproduce asexually. After two sword spirits meet each other's eyes, they can enter chaos, and the universe will then give birth to a new sword spirit. Wu Jin explained patiently, of course, Lord Jinka and Lord Bai Qiao are clearly one sword, but the sword body and scabbard give birth to a spirit at the same time. There's no other sword like this in the entire Sword King world. Saying this, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this kind of sword, which was born with a wife, had an amazing bone structure. The newborn sword spirits produced by sword spirits would not appear in the Sword King realm when they were born. Instead, it would choose its own sword master within the universe based on its own characteristics. Therefore, many of the so-called sword spirits that were born on Earth did not come from the Sword King realm. However, his parents belonged to the Sword King realm. Since it wasn't a sword spirit born in the Sword King realm, the quality of the sword spirit would naturally be different. The quality of the sword spirit nurtured in the Sword King realm was beyond imagination. Therefore, there was news of many upper-class cultivators coming to the Sword King realm to look for swords, only to perish in the outer layer of the Blade Storm. If they're all sword spirits from the Sword King world, from a genetic point of view, the quality of the new sword spirits they give birth to shouldn't be too bad. Loopy Toad frowned, feeling that it had discovered something incredible. Sword spirits also need to be well matched in terms of social status. If it was a mix and match, the quality would naturally not be too high. For example, it's obviously a great sword, but it's a short dagger. Wu Jin said. I see. Loopy Toad nodded. It was for this reason that most of the local sword spirits in the Sword King realm actually looked down on non-purebred hybrids from other places. Miss Sun, do you now know why you and Miss Mysterious Sea are so famous? Wu Jin said with a wry smile. At that moment, realization dawned on her. Her Mysterious Sea wasn't a local sword spirit from the Sword King realm, but because it had fused with two heavenly Dao magic cubes, its battle strength had soared. It was directly ranked 8th on the Sword King realm's ranking list. For a non-purebred sword spirit to be able to do this was undoubtedly a vicious blow to the sword spirits in the Sword King realm. Sun Yinger smiled. I really want to know who the 3 unlucky bastards who have been knocked off the list are. Bai Qiao looked at Sun Yinger expressionlessly. It's the 3 of them. Lotus Sun, Sun Yinger, Loopy Toad. Before Mysterious Sea had leveled up, Carter, Wu Jin and Old Barbarian had been ranked 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. Now that Mysterious Sea had come, Carter's position had been replaced, and Wu Jin had become 9th. Wu Jin had become 10th. And the most unlucky person was none other than Old Barbarian. He had been directly knocked off the top 10 list, and was now struggling in 11th place. After that, Carter led her and the others through the intricate magic arrays of the Sword King realm. About 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at Sword Capital, which was in the heart of the Sword King realm. The 3rd magic cube was in Sword Capital. This was the largest capital city in the entire Sword King realm, and its tall metal walls gave off a simple and unadorned aura. According to Wu Jin's introduction, all the buildings in the Sword King realm had been forged from sword spirits who had failed to break into the Sword Blade Storm. After failing to break into the Sword Blade Storm, the sword spirits would forever return to their original form and lose their luster. This indicated that the sword spirit inside the sword had died, and the sword itself had become a material that could be reused. Why didn't you recycle the broken sword on the edge of the Sea of Swords? Sun Yinger asked curiously. It's now a scenic spot. People will complain if we recycle it. Also, it's too big, it won't be easy to recycle it, said Wu Jin. As they passed the city gate, several sword spirits stationed there bowed to Wu Jin and Carter. Lord Wu Jin, Lord Carter. Then, when they saw Bai Qiao behind Wu Jin, they broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down on the spot. Lady Bai Qiao, get up. Bai Qiao nodded habitually. A group of people passed by the city gate. Then, Sun Yinger's words pierced Barbarian Old Man's heart. By the way, why didn't they call you? I'm not worthy. Barbarian Old Man's heart was bleeding, and he looked like he was in extreme pain. When a tree falls, people scatter, and when a wall falls, everyone kicks it. This was no different in the Sword King realm. Barbarian was such a miserable man. Is the magic cube still stable? Lotus Sun asked on the way. In reply to Miss Sun, the magic cube is still very stable at the moment. Because the magic cube of the universe isn't damaged at the moment, the probability of a riot is much lower. But it's better to replace it with a new magic cube as soon as possible, Wu Jin replied. As they walked along Central Street, they attracted the attention of a lot of sword spirits, but no one dared talk about them on the street, because Bai Qiao's aura was too strong. By the way, who's the manager of Sword Capital now? Bai Qiao asked. She hadn't been back for a while, and didn't know the situation. It's Nine Nether, Carter replied. Oh, so it's that kid. Bai Qiao immediately understood. Who's Nine Nether? A sawtooth sword, currently ranked 5th on the sword list, and the manager of Sword Capital. As expected, it's a manager. Of course it's a manager. When Bai Qiao said this, there was suddenly a proud expression on her face. Heh, the first on the sword list has the final say in Sword Capital. Sword list of the Sword King realm, only those who have been mentioned so far first. Jinka, Bai Qiao 2nd, Prediction 5th, Nine Nether 8th, Mysterious Sea 9th, Carter 10th, Boundless 11th, Old Barbarian. Chapter 1400. Sword City had a strong cultural and historical atmosphere. Just like those ancient towns left behind on Earth, they still maintained the simple style of the old era. With the progress of modernization, the number of ancient buildings left by the people of the past was decreasing year by year. Those that needed to be demolished were demolished, and those that needed to be renovated were renovated. Tall buildings made of reinforced concrete were gradually replacing history. So the Songhai city they lived in was pretty special. In such a first-tier city, the architectural style was indeed a rare mix of ancient and modern styles. Hence, the young girl didn't feel uncomfortable at all when she arrived at the Sword City's ancient street. There were a lot of old streets like this in Songhai City, and she had always wanted to find a time to invite Wang Ling to take a look. Lotus Sun softly hummed the melody of a pop song. Although she didn't sing any words, Bai Qiao could guess the name of the song right away. Li Ronghao's Old Street. Walking on such a street, having such background music was indeed very fitting. Back then, the Sword King realm was in chaos. There was no such civilization and order. Although the sword spirit was born from the universe, it was just a spirit in the beginning. It was Dao ancestor Wang who had brought human civilization here and named it the Sword King realm. Then, the spirit becomes the sword spirit, Wu Jin explained on the way to the Sword City Royal Palace. So the reason why the sword spirit is in human form now is largely because Dao ancestor Wang brought human civilization with him? Lotus Sun asked. That's right. However, not all sword spirits were humanoid. There are also a small number of alien sword spirits. They look like animals, plants, and even extraterrestrial life forms. Wu Jin said, however, these appearances are not fixed. As long as one's cultivation is high enough, the sword spirit can freely choose its own appearance. At this time, Old Barbarian said with a smile, for example, Carter. Her initial appearance was a garlic tortoise. Garlic tortoise, this is the seed of the wondrous frog. If it wasn't for her loyalty to Lady Bai Qiao, she might not have changed into a human form. After Barbarian finished speaking, Lotus Sun glanced at Carter. She saw that the woman in front of her was completely unperturbed by Wu Jin's dark history. She didn't take Barbarian's words to heart at all. This was one of the 3 unmarried women. In some sense, he was a little similar to Wang Ling, and Lotus Sun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The inner world of people with facial paralysis might be similar. Therefore, communicating more with people with facial paralysis would help increase the experience of communicating with people with similar facial paralysis. As they passed by a sword school, Lotus Sun suddenly thought of a question. By the way, can I buy swords in the Sword King realm? Lotus Sun had actually been thinking about this as well. In order to deal with that groundhog, Anwan had put in a lot of effort, and the girl had always been grateful to her. This was a huge favor, and Lotus Sun had been thinking about how to repay it. Now that she had finally arrived at the Sword King realm, she wondered if she could help Nuan, who had yet to be born, choose a suitable spirit sword. Lotus Sun calculated the time. There was still half a month before December 30th. Her due date was approaching. If she could find a suitable spirit sword for Nuan, she would be willing to pay any price. Wu Jin said, "What Miss Sun saw was the Sword King realm's hired sword pavilions. Generally speaking, they can openly hire sword spirits to protect them. The employers include cultivators as well as sword spirits from other Sword King realms." Sword spirit hiring sword spirit? Yes, this Sword King realm is very rich in mineral resources. If we can obtain rare ores, we can upgrade the sword body. This will increase the success rate of breaking through the blade storm. Speaking up to this point, Wu Jin frowned. As for buying a sword, human currency isn't worth much in the Sword King realm, so the best way is to use an equivalent exchange. As long as an agreement is reached, a sword spirit will be willing to sign a contract. After Wu Jin said this, Bai Qiao added, "There are very few cultivators who have the strength to enter the Sword King realm, and a sword spirit contract is usually signed on the basis that both parties agree. Of course, if you really like it, you can't rule out the possibility of signing the contract without asking for money. To put it simply, Lord Ling's little sister hasn't been born yet, but I'm sure you've seen her strength. If she grows up and comes to the Sword King realm herself, there will definitely be sword spirits who will be willing to follow her without asking for money. Right now, she isn't that famous yet. If you want to find a spirit sword for her in advance, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a huge price." The price Bai Qiao was talking about was the price Lotus Sun would have to pay for not relying on Wang Ling's face. Otherwise, given her and Jinka's status in the Sword King realm, countless sword spirits would be willing to come for an interview and become Wang Nuan's spirit sword with just a shout. But that wouldn't be interesting. Bai Qiao could tell that the girl wanted to rely on her own strength to choose a spirit sword for Wang Nuan. Unfortunately, this wasn't Earth. In a situation where money didn't circulate, the condition for buying a sword didn't exist at all. Even if she used items to make up for it, the only valuable thing Lotus Sun could offer was probably this mysterious sea in her hand. It wasn't like she could sell mysterious sea to exchange for a sword for Wang Nuan. Thus, Lotus Sun sank into deep thought at Bai Qiao's words. "I remember, the Sword Dao conference is in 2 days. If you win the competition, will you be rewarded with a piece of Sword God alloy? If you can use the alloy as a bargaining chip, I think most of the sword spirits in the Sword King realm will want to come for an interview." At that moment, Old Barbarian opened his mouth and pointed out a bright path for the helpless girl. But as soon as he said this, Wu Jin on the side was blank for a moment, and then he patted his head. "Oh right. I remember, it seems like there's something like that. I'll also attend the Sword Dao conference." After that, Wu Jin hurriedly nudged Carter next to him with his elbow. After a moment of silence, Carter nodded and said, There is one, the Sword Dao conference. There's something like that, right? I think this is a good opportunity, Miss Sun." Old Barbarian quickly followed up on Carter's words and continued, "If you can get this piece of Sword God alloy, you can choose a sword for Taoist Nuan. When the time comes, the sword spirits who will come for an interview will probably line up from Sword City to Sword Sea." "I'll participate," Lotus Sun said seriously, "but how do I sign up?" We'll do it for you, Miss Sunday." Old Barbarian patted his chest and said, "Thank you so much, seniors," Lotus Sun said with a wide smile. Hearing this, the corners of Bai Qiao's mouth finally couldn't help twitching. She felt that these 3 people were acting a little too much. What if *** King Sword Dao Conference? If there really was such a Sword Dao Conference, how could she not know about it? In order to curry favor with this girl, they had directly held a Sword Dao conference in the air, but Bai Qiao wasn't in a hurry to expose them. She wanted to see how on earth these 3 people were going to wrap things up. Chapter 1401. The 3rd Heavenly Dao Magic Cube was sealed under Sword City's royal palace, and Nine Nether had sent a large number of soldiers to guard it. When Lotus Sun met Nine Nether for the first time, She felt that he was a very capable person who was very mature and experienced. Nine Nether had long dark gray hair that casually draped over his shoulders and reached his waist. He was dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, with a red lightning embroidered waistband that perfectly accentuated his slender waist and long legs. His eyes were narrowed the whole time, and like his name, people couldn't help but feel a sense of mystery. Lotus Sun had heard from Bai Qiao that Nine Nether couldn't be considered one of them for the time being, so the consensus about the new Rubik's Cube was, Bai Qiao created this new Rubik's Cube and Lotus Sun is Bai Qiao's disciple. On the way, Lotus Sun was very cautious in her conversation with Nine Nether to avoid spilling the beans. Lord Nine Nether. Greetings. Lord Bai Qiao. When they passed by the underground palace, the guards at the entrance saw Nine Nether and Bai Qiao behind him, and they fell to their knees on the spot. The sword spirits in charge of guarding the third Heavenly Dao Magic Cube were carefully selected by Nine Nether. They were all ranked in the top 50 on the list of swords. Their leader was a girl called Little Qian. This was a toothpick sword. It was only the size of a toothpick, but contained enormous spirit power. It was currently ranked 6th. Lord Bai Qiao, this is the old Rubik's Cube. At that moment, Nine Nether's gaze was fixed on the glowing object at the end of the corridor in the underground palace, which was restrained by several thigh-like chains of light. These Heavenly Dao chains of light had been left behind when Dao ancestor Wang had set up the Heavenly Dao Magic Cube back then, and were used to stabilize it. Lotus Sun took out the third new Rubik's Cube that Wang Ling had casually pinched out. After sensing the aura of the old Rubik's Cube in front of it, the new Rubik's Cube floated over on its own. Then everyone heard a pa sound, as if two runners in a long-distance race were completing a relay. The old Rubik's Cube was directly replaced by the new Rubik's Cube, and in the end, it fell into Lotus Sun's hands. Success! The replacement of the third Rubik's Cube went even smoother than Lotus Sun had imagined. Because the Rubik's Cube itself didn't riot, there was no need to be sucked into the secret chamber of the Heavenly Dao Rubik's Cube like the last time on Divine Dao Star. At this point, the new Rubik's Cube was successfully replaced. However, Nine Nether also noticed the changes ahead. He was a little puzzled. Lady Bai Qiao, Dao ancestor Wang's Heavenly Dao light chains seemed to have disappeared. Is he really alright? Heh, my new Rubik's Cube is very intelligent. It automatically completed the swap and was very obedient. He's many times more reliable than old Rubik's Fong. Bai Qiao snorted. Alright, now that we've done the swapping, Miss Sun and I will take our leave. Pay more attention to the sword Dao meet. Yes. Nine Nether bowed to Bai Qiao. About 3 minutes ago, he received a message about the sword Dao meet. Moreover, this conference had to be held within 2 days. This was undoubtedly a huge problem for Nine Nether. In order to hold an unprecedentedly grand convention other than the Sword God Alloy, finding contestants, finding judges, and finding a title sponsor were all important. Nine Nether didn't know if she could make it in time, but she could only try her best to complete it. Is it all because of Miss Sun? Nine Nether looked at Lotus Sun, feeling a little sour in her heart. A human girl at the foundation establishment stage could actually worship Lady Bai Qiao as her Shifu. She was so lucky. When Lotus Sun got home, she looked at the time. Since the swap had gone very smoothly, it had only taken her less than 3 hours to get back. There was still an hour before midnight of the next day. As far as Lotus Sun was concerned, there were only 2 important matters in front of her. The first thing he wanted to do was to meet that girl named Jiang Yingying. The second was the Sword Dao meet in the Sword King world. Mysterious Sea had already successfully reached 3 cores, but its ranking on the list of swords still hadn't changed. The top few spirit swords were truly frighteningly strong. But with 3 cores, Lotus Sun felt that she still had a chance of winning that Sword God Alloy as long as there weren't too strong of an opponent. But that was all for another day. The results would only be known at the Sword Dao meet in 2 days. So now, the most important thing in front of the girl was, "What are you going to do?" asked Loopy Toad. It had come back with Lotus Sun, and hadn't chosen to go directly to the Wang family's small villa. Because the show in front of it was too exciting, Loopy Toad was a little reluctant to leave, and just wanted to stay and observe how things would develop. I still have to find out what the other party's background is first. The girl stared at the love letter in her hand, lost in thought. Although her real name, address and phone number were written on it, acting rashly wasn't a wise choice. Lotus Sun turned on her computer, logged into the group's platform, and tried to activate the Wukong system. Seeing Lotus Sun's serious expression, Sun Yinger was very enthusiastic. "Rong Rong, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to see if this girl has used her phone number to leave any purchase records," Lotus Sun replied. "Why do I get the feeling that you're looking for evidence of an affair?" As a qualified mind-stomping expert, Lotus Sun almost choked on her saliva at Sun Yinger's words. You're spouting nonsense again." Lotus Sun's face was a little hot, but she still pretended to be calm as she stared at the computer and searched for relevant information. In the end, she found some clues. "So there really is." Lotus Sun looked at the customer spending records on the platform in amazement. "Cake, donuts, milk tea, brown sugar." Hearing this, Loopy Toad was surprised. "Doesn't your family sell elixirs?" "Grandpa has a lot of side businesses. They're all insignificant," Lotus Sun replied, unperturbed. "Grandpa basically dabbles in any industry you can think of. Our family also invests in dog food." "Loopy Toad, this girl really likes sweets." "Generally speaking, girls who like sweets shouldn't be too hard to deal with." Lotus Sun rubbed her chin as she analyzed. Combining the address provided in the love letter, she realized that the address Jiang Yingying had bought things from wasn't the same as the one written in the love letter. 232 Northwest Road, Lotus Sun said. "This is the address I found on the computer, and her latest purchase record is from the day before yesterday. It's also not the same address as the one in the love letter." "Northwest Road?" Loopy Toad chewed on this address carefully, feeling that it sounded a little familiar. Soon, it hurriedly stood up and moved its head closer. "So it's here. You know this place?" Lotus Sun asked. "This is the staff apartment where Wei Ji lives." Loopy Toad said, "And Marshal Jiang also lives there, so could this girl be Marshal Jiang's granddaughter or something like that?" "The granddaughter of one of the 10 generals?" Lotus Sun smiled slightly. If that really was the case, then she would be an interesting opponent. Chapter 1402. Whether she was Marshal Jiang's granddaughter or not, judging from the current situation, it was hard to say. There were many people with the same surname in this world, so the possibility of accidents couldn't be ruled out. But Loopy Toad had already felt that the name Jiang Yingying sounded very familiar. Now, combined with the exact address on Northwest Road, it was almost certain in its heart. Even if Jiang Yingying wasn't Marshal Jiang's biological granddaughter, they were definitely related. For a while, Loopy Toad had stayed at Wei Ji's house and played games with him. Marshal Jiang often came upstairs to visit, and the old Marshal and Wei Ji had always been on good terms. It was during these visits that Loopy Toad seemed to have heard the two of them mention this name. In short, it did not matter if it had anything to do with the old Marshal or not. Lotus Sun felt that she still needed to know why Jiang Yingying had a good impression of Wang Ling. All feelings couldn't be born for no reason. She read the love letter in her hand several times, but Jiang Yingying didn't directly explain how she had met Wang Ling. This was clearly a girl from another school. Could it be that she was a fangirl who had been attracted by classmate Wang Ling at the exchange meet between number 60 High and other schools? For a moment, many answers appeared in Lotus Sun's mind. "Why don't you directly add me on WeChat and ask?" Loopy Toad chuckled. Like everyone else, it was the type to watch a good show and didn't mind blowing things up. Girls don't usually add strangers on WeChat. "So we have to get to know her first, then think of a way to get close to her," Lotus Sun replied. The young lady looked at the phone number on the love letter. After confirming that she could directly add Jiang Yingying's WeChat account through the phone number, she decided to temporarily suppress her urge to add Jiang Yingying as a friend. At times like this, she needed to remain calm. As the saying goes, mistakes are made in a hurry. Now that he only had one opponent, he couldn't afford to panic. Anyway, as long as it was within the campus circle, it would be easy to handle. When she went to school tomorrow, She decided to make use of her connections in the student union. That way, he would be able to obtain more information about Jiang Yingying. Let's call it a day. I'll send Big Sis Qingyi a text and go to bed. Lotus Sun stretched. What message did you send to Lu Qingyi? Loopy Toad was blank. Lotus Sun first turned her gaze to the rest of the love letters, and then gave an incredibly kind smile. Of course it's to report about brother Wang Zhen. Loopy Toad, in the last 2 days, Wang Zhen and Lu Qingyi had been taking care of renting a house outside. They chose the type of house, renovated it, and bought furniture. This was all work. At this time, they were staying in a high-end couples hotel. The hotel had all kinds of facilities. The luxurious suites were equipped with racks for drinks and fruits of different seasons, a beauty machine, a full set of intelligent healthcare massage equipment, and even a built-in swimming pool. The young couple had just confirmed their relationship, so they were stuck together like glue. Wang Zhen also worked very hard, and was practically at the front doing all the dirty and tiring work. Lu Qingyi was lying on a chair in a swimsuit and applying a facial mask. His relaxed mood was broken by a sudden text message. This message came from Wang Ling. The content of the message was simple. It was a photo of a pile of love letters on the ground. There was also a very short sentence, Wang Zhen who flirts everywhere. The camera function of the King's Eye captured a clear picture. Moreover, it came with the ability to analyze everything in 360 degrees without any blind spots. In other words, as long as Lu Qingyi clicked on any of the letters in this photo, she would be able to see the contents of the letters. The King's Eye's analytical ability was so strong that it could completely analyze a photo even from a blind spot. Even the parts of the letters that had been erased were restored. For example, the word Zhen in classmate Wang Zhen had been erased by Wang Zhen before, but now it was restored with the King's Eye. Lu Qingyi clicked on a few of the letters, and her whole person felt terrible. The facial mask on her face fell to the ground with a plop. Do you want to have a bedtime meeting? Wang Zhen walked over and crouched down to wrap his arms around Lu Qingyi's neck from behind. But when he did, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. That wasn't right. What on earth was going on? It didn't seem like he had done anything wrong today. Ding. At that moment, Lu Qingyi received a second text message. This one was from Lotus Sun. It perfectly confirmed the content of Wang Ling's previous text message. Aren't you going to explain these love letters to me? Lu Qingyi took a deep breath. Her body was already trembling violently, but she still tried to keep calm. Wang Zhen felt like there was a danger hanging over his head at that moment. He tried to quibble. These love letters are all written by classmate Wang. They might be written for Ling Zhenren. You want to frame Ling Zhenren with this little trick? Lu Qingyi laughed. She clicked on the photos that had been analyzed by the King's Eye in all aspects. Wang Zhen was immediately dumbfounded. At the same time, he roared in his heart. F***K. Was there a need for that? It was just some love letters. Even the ability of the King's Eye had been used, Wang Zhen cried. The point was that he wasn't the real instigator. It was clearly that guy Fang Xing who had come up with this idea. Why was he the only one to take the blame? First of all, it's impossible for Ling Zhenren to lie. Secondly, my disciple's text confirms what Ling Zhenren said. What the hell are you doing? Lu Qingyi looked at Wang Zhen and snorted. You want to destroy the love letters, so in for a penny, in for a pound, you're going all out to frame Ling Zhenren? You've got guts, Wang Zhen. These love letters were actually written by other people before we established our relationship. I'm too popular, you can't blame me. Wang Zhen said in a low voice, feeling very aggrieved. At the same time, he felt that he couldn't explain himself, and might not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I can't explain it clearly, but I admit it. You can punish me however you want. Wang Zhen sighed. Saying this, he walked over to the fruit rack of his own accord and picked up a durian. You're hurting yourself to gain sympathy? Don't think I'll feel sorry for you. Kneel down if you can. Lu Qingyi raised her hand and used the metal hardening spell to directly turn the durian in Wang Zhen's hand into an iron durian, which was several times harder. However, Wang Zhen's expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of this change. He directly knelt down in front of the durian. With a crack, the entire iron durian was instantly smashed to pieces, but Wang Zhen's knees weren't affected at all. Why are you so skilled? Lu Qingyi was stunned. When I was little, I was often beaten by my parents. I've also knelt on durians made of diamonds. As soon as Wang Zhen said this, at that moment, Lord Ma's golden light of teleportation landed precisely on the edge of the pool. A heavenly Dao durian that Wang Ling had personally enchanted appeared in front of Lu Qingyi and Wang Zhen. P.S. There's actually an Easter egg in this chapter. Combine this with the fact that Lord Ma's golden light of teleportation can only teleport you to places you've already been to, and you'll realize something terrifying when you think about it. Chapter 1403. After giving away the heavenly Dao durian, Wang Ling felt a lot more at ease. Whether Wang Zhen's knees were broken or not, it had nothing to do with him. This was what it meant by an eye for an eye. You had to pay for what you did sooner or later. On the other hand, Lotus Sun wanted to help Anwan look for a spirit sword. Through his superb and familiar screen peeping skills, Wang Ling already had some understanding. In fact, it could be said that he and Lotus Sun had the same idea. It had always been the Wang family's tradition to give a sword to a child at birth. Even if Lotus Sun hadn't prepared one, Wang Ling would have thought of a way to get a spirit sword for his little sister. Wang Ling didn't have high requirements for a spirit sword. For one thing, it had to be obedient to his little sister's wishes. For another, it had to be flexible. This was an additional condition based on the first point. The main point was that he hoped it wouldn't be blindly loyal. If Anwan did something wrong, it had to be stopped in time. So, to sum up, Wang Ling's requirements were actually very simple. As long as this sword could accompany his little sister as she grew up, help her with her homework when she ran into trouble with her studies, give her a massage when she was tired to relieve stress, protect her at the first instant when she was bullied, take her place when she needed someone to play games with her. Wang Ling listed all of these conditions neatly in the notebook. In his opinion, a spirit sword worthy of his little sister was the bare minimum. Sword master, apart from being strong in battle, I don't seem to have anything else. Staring at the conditions listed from beginning to end in the notebook, Jinka suddenly felt that he was a little useless. Wang Ling rubbed Jinka's white hair again to comfort him. For Wang Ling, Jinka's companionship from a young age was destined to be a part of his memories that he couldn't bear to part with. And his attitude toward Jinka was like that of an old father? It was fine as long as Jinka could stay with him in his old age. As for his studies, games and battle strength, he was already strong enough, so Jinka just needed to act cute on one side. Jinka sighed. Although he said he was looking for a spirit sword, it felt more like he was looking for a confinement nanny. It was really too difficult to be a spirit sword nowadays. Not only did you have to be strong in battle, you also had to develop morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically. Most importantly, he had to learn how to do functions, and in a sense, functions were also a compulsory lesson for modern spirit swords. For example, when a spirit sword was attacking from a distance, one had to calculate the parabola accurately. Lotus Sun wanted to find a spirit sword for Wang Nuan, but in reality, she was also doing some work for him. Moreover, a girl's thoughts might be more meticulous than his. Wang Ling felt that he might as well go with the flow and directly use this impromptu Sword Dao conference to look for spirit swords. Sword God Alloy, this thing is actually not worth much to you, right? At that moment, Loopy Toad's voice rang out behind him. Lord Ma had already sent it back. Running back and forth between the two villas wasn't easy for Loopy Toad. The competition over there was held at the last minute. Bai Qiao said that Sword King Realm has 0 Sword God Alloy in stock. I'm afraid it's too late to mine and refine it again. So I wanted to ask if you have any ideas, Loopy Toad said. It was now just an errand boy. Sword God Alloy actually existed in Wang Ling's treasure house. This was one of the rarest metals in the universe, and there was a very limited amount of it in the entire Sword King realm. Because it was extremely difficult to refine, it was very rare. And because it was rare, it was precious. A piece of alloy the size of a die was enough to upgrade a spirit sword once. And Wang Ling's King's Treasure Pants had a piece of this rare sword god alloy the size of a small mountain. Furthermore, it was 100% pure without the slightest impurity. Using the Great Cutting Spell, Wang Ling casually cut off a piece the size of a basketball and gave it to Loopy Toad. Loopy Toad was stunned. This piece of alloy the size of a die was already enough to upgrade a spirit sword. Directly giving it the size of a basketball, it would be enough for those spirit swords to smash themselves to pieces and remake them. Thus, when Bai Qiao and Loopy Toad went back to see Nine Nether with the basketball-sized piece of sword god alloy, Nine Nether was completely stupefied. This, such a big lump? What happened to the rarest metal in the universe? Why was there such a big lump here? Furthermore, it was an extremely pure one. Nine Nether stretched out his hand to sense the purity of this piece of sword god alloy, and it was as if he had been struck by lightning again. 100% purity? Where did Lady Bai Qiao get this thing? His voice was trembling. Even as the current administrator of the Sword King world, Nine Nether still couldn't hide his excitement. Can I participate in this Sword Dao conference? Nine Nether's heart itched. With such a big piece of sword god alloy as a reward, the entire Sword King world might really go into an uproar, and countless spirit swords would fight to the death for this piece of sword god alloy. This is an exclusive collection, of course you don't know about it. Besides, I have no use for this kind of alloy at all. Bai Qiao shrugged. She and Jinka were both made of peach wood, and it would instead be a burden for them to reintegrate metal elements into their bodies. At the same time, Nine Nether also discovered a very mystical item. He realized that the spirit swords at the top didn't seem to be made of metal. Jinka and Bai Qiao were made of peach wood. Bamboo was the first. And the third-ranked spirit sword was an amber sword. None of the top 3 swords were made of metal, which instantly made Nine Nether feel like he had reincarnated into the wrong body. Just focus on this competition, and you'll get an extra reward after it's done. I still have some sword god alloy. Bai Qiao swept Nine Nether a glance and said, as for Carter, Wu Jin and Old Barbarian, they should be busy preparing for the competition, so you'll have to inform them on my behalf. Work hard, and you'll get plenty of rewards. This was actually Wang Ling's intention. Otherwise, Bai Qiao wouldn't have dared make this decision on her own. You had to give someone something in return for working overtime. There was a saying, as long as you paid enough overtime, it didn't matter if you had to work like an ox or a horse. With this kind of reward, Wang Ling believed that the Sword Dao conference this time would definitely go very smoothly. Don't worry, Lady Bai Qiao. We'll definitely do our best. Nine Nether bowed deeply to Bai Qiao. He himself was full of confidence in the preparations for the competition this time. The only thing to blame was the charm of the sword god alloy. Humans sucked in cats, and sword spirits sucked in iron. Any sword spirit wouldn't be able to resist sucking in the sword god alloy. Smells so good. Nine Nether held this basketball-sized piece of sword god alloy with an intoxicated expression. Is it that bad? Loopy Toad didn't understand. Give me an example. Bai Qiao said telepathically to Loopy Toad, Lord also has the same expression when he smells the pepper smell of crispy noodle snacks. Loopy Toad, I get it. Chapter 1404. With Bai Qiao's promise of a reward, Nine Nether was naturally full of enthusiasm. Although this Sword Dao conference had been an impromptu idea, it absolutely couldn't be done on a whim. It had to be grand enough to give the human girl a real experience. Secondly, the participating sword spirits couldn't be too strong. At the very least, spirit swords ranked higher than Mysterious Sea couldn't participate. These spirit swords would be directly assigned to the judges. In a quiet room in Sword King World's palace, Nine Nether started a meeting with Carter, Wu Jin and Old Man. Although time is tight, I think it's still necessary to make a selection so that the overall quality of the contestants this time is a little higher. Nine Nether bent over the table. Throughout the entire process, his hands never stopped moving as he continued to take notes on his notebook. This competition is actually a good opportunity. Because the ranking data of the sword ranking is automatically generated by the sword ranking, the ranking also changes in real time according to the condition of the spirit sword. Therefore, there have always been many sword spirits who have doubts about the ranking of the sword ranking. Lord Nine Nether, what you mean is that we can take advantage of this opportunity to predetermine Miss Sun's victory, and also let the sword spirits verify the authenticity of the sword list? Old Man said as he stroked his beard. Old Man, you're right, but you have to remember, you can't be so frank outside. Nine Nether smiled bitterly. This Sword Dao conference was indeed specially held for Lotus Sun, and if everything went as expected, she would be the predetermined champion. After all, this girl was Lady Bai Qiao's disciple. But this was something that could only be understood and not expressed in words. It was better to keep it strictly confidential. This was the routine of a so-called variety show. It wasn't unusual for a predetermined champion to be predetermined. If you wanted to make an artist popular with the power of capital, apart from giving them enough topics to talk about, you had to give them a champion package at the very least. At present, the sword list only calculates the top 100,000 sword spirits. I don't think there's a need for the nameless sword spirits after that to participate, Nine Nether said. But there are still too many sword spirits on the list. The ideal situation for our competition this time is 1,000 sword spirits. So, we still have to go through the audition. Lord Nine Nether, what do you think? To ensure that the sword spirits at every stage can participate, my current idea is to divide them into 5 little ancestors: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king. Then, each group will decide 200 winners, Nine Nether said. The others immediately understood Nine Nether's meaning. Among the sword spirits on the list of 100,000, there were only a few of them. According to this classification, among the 100,000 sword spirits, sword spirit number 1 and sword spirit number 19999 were the champions. Diamond groups 20,000 to 39,999, so on and so forth. The 100,000 sword spirits would be divided into groups, and then each group would go through a certain selection method to select 200 victors. In this way, it could guarantee that there would be sword spirits selected from each level, and they would all be sword spirits with higher overall qualities. Of course, this was how the teams were divided. It was the sword spirits' choice to participate in the competition or not. If they didn't sign up, it would be regarded as an automatic forfeit. Therefore, when it came to the audition stage, each group might not have a full 20,000 people. For example, the champion division would lose many strong competitors. After all, those who were ranked ahead of Mysterious Sea had all gone to be judges, so now, it was just a hypothetical situation. If every group was full, how would they divide them into groups and auditions? What about Miss Sun during the audition? Miss Sun doesn't need to participate in the audition. There are so many people anyway, and they won't be able to see her. When the time comes, I'll just advance directly. Finally, each group will decide on 200 people? That's not a bad idea. But I still feel that it's not fair. Even the last in the champion division can beat bronze, right? Wu Jin asked. My idea is, why don't we just decide on a few more champions? After the 200 sword spirits in each group are divided, the 200 sword spirits will fight until the champion is decided, and the champion of each group will get a reward. Nine Nether was very thoughtful. This way we can avoid some gossip. But the prize for the champion of each group is not Sword God Alloy, but a chance to use the Imperial Sword of Protection. Imperial Sword. Imperial Sword of Protection. Wu Jin and Old Barbarian's mouths twitched. It's a full-body recuperation for the sword body. Little Qian and I will apply the lubricant. That's sick. Even Carter couldn't stand it anymore. Sigh, you guys are underestimating the allure of the Imperial Sword of Protection project. I don't know how many sword spirits would be fighting over this project. Nine Nether sighed. He gestured with his hand as he applied the lubricant, looking very professional. According to Nine Nether's current train of thought, once the champions of each group were decided, each would get a chance to use the Imperial Sword of Protection. This was the basic reward. As for the true grand prize, which was the Sword God Alloy, It would be born after the battle royale of the 5 groups. If nothing unexpected happened, Lotus Sun and Mysterious Sea would definitely win it. But now, there was a problem in front of everyone. What kind of selection method should they use to reduce the number of people in each group from 20,000 to 200? First of all, a battle royale wasn't practical. When there were too many sword spirits, it would be hard to control the situation. When the time came, all 20,000 sword spirits would turn into beams of sword light and fly around in the sky, just like fireworks. Just looking at it would make one dizzy. Should we set up a special voting area for the sword ranking and let the sword spirits perform? Let all the sword spirits hold a public vote, and the sword ranking sword spirits can cast 2 votes. Wu Jin suggested. 9 Nether immediately rejected this proposal. We're not idle sword trainee. What's the point of a sword spirit performing? And an open voting system isn't good for Miss Sunday. That's true. Wu Jin nodded. Carter had wanted to raise her hand to make a proposal. She had an idea for Creation 202, but after seeing Wu Jin's rejection, she silently put down her hand. It seems that everyone is frowning. So now there's only one way left. 9 Nether stopped taking notes and rested his chin on his fingers. In fact, this method was very old, but it was very suitable in this situation. That method you mentioned, don't tell me. Seeing 9 Nether's old-fashioned movements, Wu Jin already had an idea. It seems that there's really only one way. It's the least chaotic and also the fairest method. Old Barbarian had also thought of it. So what method is it? Carter still didn't understand. Carter, your reaction is too slow. 9 Nether smiled profoundly and then instructed little Qian outside the door, go make a public announcement and tell all the sword spirits who are interested in participating to gather in Sword God Square. Sword God Square. It was only now that Carter finally understood. It turned out that this ancient method was to use the ancient sword steel in Sword God Square to test the power of the sword chi. Looks like you finally thought of it, Carter. Old Barbarian snorted. The older generation of sword spirits have all done the sword steel test. Back then, when I slashed with my sword power was at level 9. Chapter 1405. Because of the Sword Dao meet, the sword spirits of the entire Sword King realm were mobilized. This was a grand event that was rarely seen in 100 years, and the most important thing was that the reward was such a large pile of Sword God alloy. All the sword spirits couldn't help but rub their palms together. As the saying goes, the most important thing is to participate, and it would definitely not be a loss to participate. Moreover, 9 Nether's reward system was actually quite good in this regard. The final prize was the Sword God alloy. The first place of each group would have a chance to obtain the Royal Palace's Great Protection Sword, and all the participants in the qualifiers would receive an additional piece of low-purity Sword God alloy. This was a very small piece that 9 Nether had cut from the Great Sword God alloy. After being cut by 1,000 people, each piece was only the size of a BB bullet, and the purity was concentrated to 5%. A concentration of 5% meant that the success rate of fusion would be around 5%. Therefore, the low-purity Sword God alloy was nicknamed the Lucky Stone by many sword spirits. To the Lucky Stone, even if the success rate was only 5%, it was no different from 100%. Therefore, even such a small piece of low-purity alloy was enough to make the sword spirits fight over it. That night, there was a long queue in front of the Sword God Plaza. Countless sword spirits rushed over as soon as they received the notice. Carter and Xiao Qian were in charge of on-site supervision and statistical work. Old Barbarian and Limitless were in charge of maintaining order. In addition to controlling the field, the 2 men would also participate in the group stage. It wasn't to compete with Lotus Sun for a spot, but to ensure that she would advance. They would eliminate as many people as possible in the free-for-all phase of the 200-person competition. Then, if they lost to Lotus Sun in the end, the girl would be guaranteed first place in the group. That's right, this competition was so social and dark funny. In any case, they were ranked below Mysterious Sea, so it was not unreasonable for them to be eliminated. As for the 9 Nether, He went to look for the remaining judges. Given that Bai Qiao, Jinka, and you weren't participating in the judging panel, there were currently the following confirmed judges. Ranked 5th, himself, 9 Nether. Number 6, Xiao Qian, Toothpick Sword. However, it was not enough for the two of them to be the judges. Hence, 9 Nether's current job was to pull Yu Ling, who was ranked 3rd, and Mou, who was ranked 4th. 9 Nether knew the whereabouts of these two girls. Originally, 9 Nether had intended to look for Wind, who was ranked 7th. But it was a pity that Sui Feng was just like his name, drifting with the wind. Never knowing where he was. Drifting Wind was a feather sword. Its entire body was covered with feathers, and it looked very light. As it swung, it could emit scorching phoenix flames. However, the phoenix fire had healing abilities, so it also had a powerful healing effect. Even damaged organs could be repaired by the phoenix fire, to be able to give the target being healed a feeling of pain and happiness. In the Sword King realm, in the Sword God Forest, in front of a 10,000-meter waterfall, a young girl with her hair tied up in a bun was sitting quietly under the waterfall. She was wearing a pink cheongsam with a very high slit on the side. She was sitting cross-legged with a pair of slender, white legs. There was a layer of light pink invisible sword barrier surrounding the girl. The waterfall above her head fell on the sword barrier, but it was cut by the sword chi. The water bounced and splashed in all directions. This was the bone-burying waterfall in the Sword God Forest. It was a good place for cultivation, but normal sword spirits didn't dare to approach it. Like the name of the waterfall, if the sword chi wasn't strong enough, it would probably be crushed by the huge water pressure of the waterfall. Yu Ling, I knew you would be here. 9 Nether stood in front of the waterfall, and her voice was transmitted into the girl's eyes through the roar of the waterfall. Yu Ling opened her eyes, revealing her gem-like pink eyes. The Sword Dao Conference was your idea? Seems like you're very well informed. 9 Nether smiled with her hands behind her back. Mou was originally with me, but she went immediately after hearing it. She's more enthusiastic than I thought. Heh, she's obviously a jade sword, but she's not gentle at all. She's so impatient. Yu Ling lowered her eyelids. But being a judge doesn't suit me. You found the wrong person. Isn't there still Wind? I don't know where he is. 9 Nether shook his head. Actually, if she really wanted to find him, she could always find him. But time was pressing, and there wasn't much time left before the Sword Dao Conference. It was already too late to find Wind now. It seems that he's still trying to locate his sword master. Yu Ling looked up at the starry sky in the distance. Finding a suitable sword master was in fact every sword spirit's long-cherished wish. In fact, the top 50 sword spirits on the sword list all had the ability to travel through the blade storm on their own. They could have gone out a long time ago, but because they couldn't find a suitable master, they had been cooped up in the Sword King world, waiting for the right time. It was like a strategist living in seclusion deep in the mountains. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Wind to find his sword master. 9 Nether smiled bitterly. His phoenix fire has a healing effect, and the person being burned is in pain and happiness. Even if he can find a sword master in the end, he'll be a masochist, said Yu Ling, maybe. 9 Nether smiled and continued with the previous topic. Are you sure you won't be a judge? Among the participants this time, that human girl is Lady Bai Qiao's disciple, and she won't be participating in the selection to avoid arousing suspicion. Furthermore, she named you as a judge. In fact, Bai Qiao hadn't said anything like that. She had only given 9 Nether the right to act at his own discretion. As long as he could ensure that the Sword Dao competition this time went smoothly, 9 Nether could use Bai Qiao's name at will to do things. At that moment, Yu Ling finally raised her head, and there was a pleasantly surprised expression on her originally serious little face, as if someone had fed her a candy. She really asked me to go? Yes. 9 Nether nodded affirmatively. As Bai Qiao's #1 fan, 9 Nether expected that Yu Ling would definitely be pleasantly surprised when she heard the news. It was just that he didn't expect the girl to be even more excited than he had imagined. Then what about Lord Jinka? Yu Ling asked in a voice as pleasant as spring water. Lord Jinko won't be back, but Lady Bai Qiao said that they'll be quietly watching the battle from a distance, said Nine Nether. Great. I'll be a judge. Yu Ling immediately agreed. Nine Nether looked pleased with himself. Girls nowadays were so easy to fool, but the names of Lord Bai Qiao and Lord Jinko were indeed useful. At the same time, on the other side of the sword square, the sword steel trials were still going on. Sword Spirit Ku Xian, Level 4 Sword Power. Total value, 404. Failed. Carter lowered his head as he recorded the results. Next. When he raised his head again, a boy with a buzz cut suddenly appeared in front of him. The boy looked a little childish and was just a little taller than the registration table. Wearing rattan armor, he looked at Carter expressionlessly. My name is Lung Ming. Where did this little sword spirit come from? Little Qian frowned. He looked like a sword spirit that had just been born. She stared at the little boy in front of her and felt that his spirit power was pitifully low. It's actually a sword formed from a blade of grass. Carter saw through the little sword spirit's true colors. She carefully flipped through the information on the sword list. In the end, she was astonished to find that this little sword spirit called Lung Ming in front of her was stuck at 20,000 on the sword list. What do we do now? Asked little Qian. Let him have a try. His name is on the sword list. He's young, but he can still participate, said Carter. Chapter 1406. Thank you, Lung Ming replied politely. He had a smile on his face, but he looked nervous. Don't be nervous. Do well. Just wait behind that yellow-haired brother, little Qian said softly as she took notes, and then gave Lung Ming his number plate. Carter and little Qian were very patient. After all, this was a newborn sword spirit, and as seniors, they had to take care of him. Most importantly, the child in front of them was a very likable and cute little guy. Although they weren't optimistic about Lung Ming's final test results, Lung Ming had entered the sword list not long after he was born, so he would definitely be someone worth looking forward to in the future. Transformed from a blade of grass? Interesting. Carter and little Qian waited expectantly for Lung Ming to show up. At the same time, Carter's imagination ran wild. Transformed from a blade of grass. What kind of blade of grass could awaken in this way? Had Ling Jinren peed on it when it wasn't paying attention back then? At that moment, a lot of sword spirits were talking about Lung Ming's appearance in Sword God Square. They had thought that he was the child of some great sword spirit, but in the end, he had actually been born independently in the Sword King world, and had actually come to register. He's at the bottom of the sword list at birth. How lucky! I wonder how much combat strength he can produce. Dao ancestor Wang personally set up the sword steel back then, and can test a person's combat strength, talent, and potential in all aspects, so combat strength is only one part of the overall score. The sword list's ranking is also based on combat strength. Comparatively speaking, the sword steel's overall evaluation is more objective. A sword spirit said as he looked at the huge sword steel in front of him. This sword steel was more than 3,000 zhang tall, but it was broken in its entirety. In the history of the sword list, this kind of fracture had only happened once. That was when Jinka had just been born. As soon as Jinka was born, he cut off half of the sword steel with one sword strike, and a large chunk of the originally 20,000 zhang sword steel was cut off and turned to dust on the spot by sword qi. Back then, Jinka had been invincible, number one in terms of combat strength, talent, and potential. It had alarmed the entire Sword King world. But such a miracle probably wouldn't happen a second time. The sword list was ranked according to combat strength, and it was already a given that Lung Ming's combat strength wouldn't be too high. The miracle of the sword steel breaking would never happen a second time. Therefore, the crux of the matter now was his talent and potential value. At this moment, all eyes were on the square. The sword steel stood tall in front of him, and all sorts of sword spirits surrounded it. Some were queuing up, while others came over to watch the fun after hearing the news. Most of the sword spirits were humanoid in shape, and there were also beast-shaped sword spirits. After Lung Ming received his number, He confirmed that he was behind a yellow-haired youth. The youth glanced at Leng Ming in disdain. "Little sword spirit, watch Big Brother perform for you." As he spoke, he walked towards the sword steel while his entire body emanated lightning, and a powerful strand of sword energy emanated from his body. "I remember him," he shouted. Lightning crackled. 100,000 volts of electricity. "I remember him." Many sword spirits began to whisper to each other. The moment they saw the burst of lightning, they realized that the yellow-haired man was Raiden, and the young man's lightning was his true form. Currently, Den Ming was ranked 286th on the combat power leaderboard. He was one of the experts in the challenger group. He had the habit of reading books. In the Sword King realm, there were also many young sword spirits who relied on selling their words to earn money and buy materials to upgrade their swords. In order to rush for updates, Dianming often went forward to shock those unscrupulous authors who delayed or stopped updating. Therefore, he had such a fearsome reputation. Dianming was very confident in his test results. He released his sword energy and slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, golden lightning shot in all directions, and the sound of thunder rumbled. The surging sword energy rushed forward and transformed into a lightning tiger that pounced on the sword steel. Then, the lightning tiger formed by the lightning sword energy merged into the sword steel and quickly disappeared. Dianming was very confident in his attack. He had used all his strength, and he believed that the result would not be too bad. At the very least, it would not be a problem for him to enter the top 200 out of the 20,000 people in the challenger group. As long as his overall score was slightly higher, he would be able to enter the top 100. "How was it, little brother? How was Big Brother's move just now?" After the test, Dianming glanced at Leng Ming and smiled proudly. Soon, a string of ancient characters appeared on the sword steel. Carter glanced at it and reported the result while registering it. Dianming, level 216 sword energy, total value, 21600, pass. Current challenger group ranking, 162nd. This result could be said to be no surprise. With Dianming's level, the probability of him being selected was extremely high. After all, the evaluation of the sword steel was not purely based on combat strength. However, Dianming was still somewhat dissatisfied with the current ranking. He thought that he could at least enter the top 120. But now, it seemed that the sword steel's ranking was slightly lower because there were many other sword spirits in the challenger group who had not participated in the test. If he continued to encounter experts in the future, he would definitely be done for. Even so, in Dianming's opinion, at least he was not considered bad in the eyes of others. Especially in front of this little sword spirit. "Little brother, it's your turn." Dianming glanced at the dumbfounded Leng Ming and then retreated to the side. Leng Ming stepped forward and faced the sword steel. His face was flushed, and he finally hammered it with his small fists. The sword steel did not respond. Everyone burst into laughter. "Little brother, your normal attacks are useless. You have to be like the Big Brother from before and use your own sword energy to slash at the sword steel," a kind-hearted person reminded him. Carter held her forehead and patiently stepped forward. She pressed on the area below Leng Ming's navel. "You have to use your chi from here, understand? When the sword energy comes up, release it from your fingers with all your might." "Okay." Leng Ming's face was flushed. He was anxious and shy. He did not expect to make a fool of himself as soon as he appeared. He composed himself and then followed Carter's instructions. Finally, a glowing green sword energy that looked like a small flame was nurtured in his palm. This sword energy, does it really have combat strength? Many people stared at the scene in front of them and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps such a weak sword energy could only be used to light a cigarette? Indeed, in terms of combat strength, Leng Ming was still lacking. At this moment, the boy carefully protected the small wisp of sword energy that he had nurtured. That trace of glowing green sword energy had just touched the sword steel when it instantly sank into it. The sword steel was still unmoved. Many people had been looking forward to Leng Ming's performance, but it seemed that he had disappointed them. As expected, it still doesn't work? Hey, what can a newborn little sword spirit do? Sure enough, he's just lucky to be able to make it to the end of the sword list. However, just a few seconds after these people finished speaking, the entire sword steel actually started to shake violently. In that instant, a dazzling golden light burst out of the sword steel and resonated with the entire Sword King world. The sword energy that had been like a spark instantly turned into sword pressure that set a prairie ablaze, drowning out the whole of Sword God Square. This unusual phenomenon shocked everyone present. What the hell is going on? Almost all the sword spirits in the Sword King world, whether they were in Sword God Square or not, looked up at the sky and sensed the power coming from the sword steel. When the sword spirits in Sword God Square clearly saw the number displayed on the sword steel, they were all shocked. My God! 100,000! First in the bronze group. It's not just the bronze group. This number is unparalleled even in the king group. Not bad, not bad. At that moment, in the Wang family's small villa on Earth, Jinka sensed the strong fluctuations coming from Sword God Square. He was a good seedling. Wang Ling nodded. He had also sensed it. A lot of sword spirits had now gathered in Sword God Square, which had piqued his curiosity a long time ago. Thus, he had familiarized himself with the God view, to spy on them. By the way, how much did you hit back then? Loopy Toad looked at Jinka curiously at that moment. Not much. Jinka shook his head and said modestly, just 1 billion. 1 billion, and you even broke the sword steel? Loopy Toad's mouth twitched. I just casually scratched it once. Jinka said, I didn't expect it to be so big. Loopy Toad. Chapter 1407. It's really not bad. Wang Ling couldn't help muttering as he gazed at the unprecedented scene in Sword King world. It was hard to imagine that this man would actually open his mouth for a newborn sword spirit. So, Sword Master wants to give him to An Wan? Jinka asked. To be honest, it wasn't that he didn't have this thought. The little sword spirit had great potential. If he nurtured her well, she would definitely be a great talent. Furthermore, An Wan had just been born. There were still a few years before she could start school. Although the little sword spirit was still a blank piece of paper, with enough potential and talent, she should be able to be nurtured in a few years. This was just a conservative estimate. Based on Lung Ming's overall aptitude, he wouldn't even need a few years. Or rather, he wouldn't even need a year. Perhaps he would only need a few months to learn all the knowledge of the human world before An Wan went to university. He would also be able to cultivate An Wan into an outstanding combat sword spirit. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. He had his eyes on Lung Ming, who was currently a blank piece of paper. He could keep him as a spare tire and slowly nurture him. During the Sword Dao meet, Lotus Sun could still find another one based on her own ideas. What if Lung Ming's talent was focused on fighting and he wasn't good at studying? Therefore, it was better to find a spiritual sword that knew how to learn and loved to learn. No one stipulated that a person could only have one spirit sword. In Jianghu, having more swords won't burden you. It was not illegal to bind multiple spiritual swords at the same time. After making up his mind, he stared at Jinka and said telepathically, "Take him in." Jinka? Me? You don't have any disciples yet, right? Wang Ling looked at Jinka and asked telepathically. Jinka. To be honest, he had never thought of accepting a disciple. But this was Wang Ling's idea. As the sword spirit, of course he would follow his master's wishes. He was confident that he could teach Ling Nether well. But when it came to studying, it might not be so easy. The main thing was that Jinka himself hadn't studied much. He had never formally attended any classes either. He had learned everything from watching Wang Ling do his homework on the side. If Wang Ling gave it his all, he could get 100 points. He could probably only get 90 points? There was still a huge gap between them. That's enough. Wang Ling looked at Jinka. He knew exactly what Jinka was thinking. This was Jian Xingzhong's first time being a Shifu, and furthermore, it was Wang Ling who had appointed him, so Jinka couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Really, is that okay? You're my sword, no problem. Wang Ling stroked Jinka's white fur again and said with a serious expression. Encouraged, Jinka took a deep breath and agreed. But I'll take him in. At the same time, everyone in the vicinity of the Sword God Plaza was exclaiming in surprise. They were inexplicably shocked as they looked at the number that appeared on the sword steel in front of them. Those sword spirits who had yet to join in the fun and were rushing towards the Sword God Square from afar also stopped in their tracks. Over there, immortal light shone resplendently. The sword steel's unusual movements caused the entire sky of the Sword King realm to be dyed with 7 colors. These people had yet to see clearly what exactly was happening at the scene. They only felt shocked. Which sword spirit is it? Why haven't I felt this sword chi before? It's said to be a newly born little sword spirit, but a little sword spirit can actually cause the sword steel to resonate like this. Many of the sword spirits' eyes stung. The light in the Sword God Square in front of them was too dazzling, too blazing, and unimaginable. When they got closer, they saw Lung Ming standing in front of the sword steel in a daze, and they were even more dumbfounded. It really is a little sword spirit, transformed from a blade of grass? Many of the sword spirits were shocked and smiled bitterly. Each non-metal sword was more powerful than the last. Metal swords really had no way out. In that instant, Carter could feel a strong sour smell in the air, as if many of the people here had turned into lemon people. She could subconsciously sense that among the spectating sword spirits, many of them had turned their jealousy into hostility towards Lung Ming. Without thinking, Carter immediately rushed forward to protect Lung Ming. She grabbed Lung Ming's hand and took him away from the scene without saying a word. Quiet. Keep quiet. Wu Ji and Old Barbarian cooperated very well, and they immediately maintained order at the scene. In the Sword King realm, it was common to bully little sword spirits who had just been born. Whether it was humans or sword spirits, they would all be jealous. Lung Ming's aptitude was obvious, and many sword spirits already wanted to kill him. If they could capture Lung Ming and use the evil array to forcefully devour him, it would also be a way for sword spirits to improve themselves. However, such a method was seen as evil, and it was not recognized by the Sword King realm. However, Lung Ming's results in this test were too dazzling. It was necessary to be wary of others, and there would definitely be sword spirits who would be willing to do that. You guys can protect him now, but can you protect him forever? Someone stood up and was unconvinced. To many people, Lung Ming was just a little sword spirit, a nameless blade of grass. Now that this blade of grass was emitting light, many sword spirits were instantly filled with jealousy, and they almost had a mental breakdown. He clearly did not have enough battle power, but in this sword steel test, he was ranked first in the bronze rank. This test result even surpassed many people in the King group. Impossible. How could this be? There must be something wrong with the sword steel. Electric Cry felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Previously, he had put on airs in front of Lung Ming, and everyone had seen it. Now that he was beaten by Lung Ming, Electric Cry felt that he had lost face. Whoever wants to fight, feel free to try, Carter said coldly. Her death lotus was already stirring. Her gaze deterred many sword spirits. At the same time, a white and flawless sword light descended from the sky. The person who had arrived was Mou, one of Yu Ling's best friends, who had rushed over after receiving the news. Mou wore a white short skirt, had long black hair, and wore a jade crown on her head. She was beautiful, and her whole body exuded a sweet fragrance. You are not allowed to fight in the sword capital royal city. Anyone who dares to do so will bear the consequences. The young girl saw everything from afar, and after landing, she also started to intimidate others. The judges of the competition were the most interesting. You are not allowed to fight in the sword capital, but there will be a time when you can't protect him. At that moment, Electric Cry snorted and vented all his anger at losing face on Lung Ming. Kid, your battle power is not good enough. There will be a time when these people can't protect you. Just you wait. As soon as he said that, a streak of brown sword chi came from the horizon. Like a meteorite, it directly pierced through the sword storm in the Sword King world and stabbed towards Sword God Square. It was just a trace of sword chi, but its power was unimaginably great. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of divine punishment that accurately struck Electric Cry. Electric Cry directly vomited blood from the sword pressure brought by this sword chi, and his whole body sank deep into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Everyone was shocked. Such powerful sword chi that was invincible in the world. There was only one person in the Sword King world who could do this. It's Lord Jinka. Sword Master has made a move. This actually alarmed Sword Master. Lung Ming, it's my disciple. Very quickly, Jinka's voice rang out throughout the Sword King world, shaking the hearts of all the sword spirits. Anyone who dares to make an enemy will bear the consequences. Chapter 1408. The King of Sword Spirits had personally come out. This had alarmed the entire Sword King world. This was something that none of the sword spirits could have imagined. A newborn little sword spirit was actually chosen by the King of Swords as his disciple. In Sword God Square, countless sword spirits were dumbfounded. Their emotions were unsettled, and they knew that they might be witnessing history. Has the King of Swords ever accepted a disciple? No. This little sword spirit called Lung Ming is the first. He actually accepted a disciple publicly. My youth is over. Many sword spirits sighed emotionally. As a newborn little sword spirit, Lung Ming had been chosen by the King of Sword Spirits with his extremely high aptitude and had been accepted as a disciple. Maybe Dianming was right, Carter, Wu Jin, and the others couldn't protect Lung Ming. There would always be times when Lung Ming wasn't around. But now, the boss of the entire Sword King world had appeared and publicly accepted this little sword spirit as his disciple. If anyone dared to provoke him again, Dianming would be smashed into the ground by the sword and bleeding from his 7 orifices. This was both a deterrent and a warning. For a moment, the sword spirits in Sword Saint Square who had been hostile to Lung Ming out of jealousy put away their thoughts. This little sword spirit starting point was different. The King of Sword Spirits was often away from the Sword King world, so the sword spirits had never found an opportunity to curry favor with Jinka. Now that Lung Ming had become Jinka's disciple, he naturally became the first person to curry favor with. Sword Spirit Square instantly became lively, and many sword spirits with reputations in the Sword King world stepped forward to offer benefits to Lung Ming. Little brother, I run a royal sword spirit bath center. Come here to take a bath. Tell me my name is Qiao Shan. No charge. Little brother Leng Ming, we run a medical center. Chen Tsung Medical Center. If you're not feeling well, Uncle will come and examine you. Go away, don't lead children astray. Come. Little Leng Ming, Big Sister runs a tutoring organization. If you need a teacher, you can look for Big Sister anytime. For a moment, the scene went out of control because of Lung Ming's little interlude. Fortunately, Jinka's fate gave Carter, Wu Jin, and Old Barbarian clear instructions, and they were now even clearer about their attitude toward Lung Ming. The chaotic scene lasted for more than 10 minutes. It wasn't until Nine Nether and Yu Ling flew across the sky that the noisy square regained its peace. A man and a woman descended from the sky, looking like a perfect couple. It's Lord Abysmal and Lord Yu Ling. They're here too. I heard that Lord Abysmal specially went to find Lord Yu Ling to be a judge this time. All along, many people had mistakenly believed that there was a relationship between 9 underworlds and imperial spirits. Nine Nether was also very helpless about this. He really wanted to, but Yu Ling only had Jinka and Bai Qiao on her mind. For example, when he heard that Bai Qiao was inviting him to be a judge, he had come without a second word. After all, he was the sword spirit who was ranked 3rd on the sword ranking. There was no need for him to give face to the person ranked 5th. Sigh, being 1 rank higher on the leaderboard is crushing me to death. On the way to the plaza, Nine Nether smiled bitterly in her heart. Yu Ling rarely appeared in places with many people. Facing the unprecedentedly grand scene of the Sword God Plaza, she felt a little uncomfortable. However, it could be seen that she was still trying hard to adjust her emotions. Yu Ling waved her hand and supported her waist with one hand. Her figure was graceful, revealing her perfect curves. "Everyone, please take care of me. I am also one of the judges for this sword principal meet." Her sweet voice swept through the entire Sword God Plaza, causing many male sword spirits to let their imaginations run wild. Just the sound alone was unbearable. "Lady Yuling is so beautiful, like a fairy walking out of a painting." That's right. Lord Yuling's voice was just as pleasant to the ears as Lord Mou's. The contestants this time are in luck. Also, with Lord Yuling joining us, I believe that the competition will be fair and just. Following the appearance of Yuling. At this point, the judges for the Sword Dao competition were also finalized. They were ranked 3,456th on the sword ranking. According to the order of the sword ranking, they were Yuling, Mou, Nine Nether, Xiao Qian. "Be quiet, everyone. Sword God Plaza, do not make any noise." At this moment, Nine Nether hissed in a low voice, and it immediately took effect. Although she was only a manager, Nine Nether still had the dignity of a manager. Thereafter, under the suppression of Nine Nether and the others, the scene regained its order. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Nine Nether estimated that the 5 groups, with a total of 1,000 people, would all be settled by tomorrow. Then, he just had to wait for the girl to participate in the competition the day after tomorrow. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. December 8th, Tuesday. Lotus Sun had a sleepless night. Girls were always worried about their skin, so even Lotus Sun had a habit of going to bed early. However, the girl had thoroughly experienced the pain of tossing and turning in bed last night. Her mind was full of Jiang Yingying. At the same time, she was constantly speculating about this girl's background, personality, hobbies, and so on. Because of Lotus Sun's extraordinary imagination and ability to fill in the blanks, while she was thinking about Jiang Yingying, she directly used Jiang Yingying's point of view to create a girl romance of more than 100,000 words. The more she thought about it, the more complicated and bizarre it became, and the more she thought about it, the more she fell into insomnia. When she got up, Lotus Sun looked in the mirror and heaved a long sigh of relief when she found that she didn't have dark circles under her eyes. Damn, she's a cultivator after all. Some people can go several years without sleeping and be fine. Didn't Rong Rong just stay up one night? She won't have dark circles under her eyes. Sun Yinger comforted her. She had witnessed the girl setting a new record for rolling on the bed last night. Rolling back and forth on the large bed that was dozens of meters long, she felt like she had finished a marathon in the morning. Worried that her complexion wasn't good, the girl looked in the mirror as soon as she woke up. However, as a shadow, Sun Yinger's focus wasn't on the girl's face at all, but on the girl's chest in front of the mirror with a face full of worry. Rong Rong, if you can't sleep in the future, try not to roll around, Sun Yinger suggested earnestly. Lotus Sun? Sun Yinger, it's not big to begin with, what if it's rubbed flat? Lotus Sun clenched her fists angrily, wishing she could sew Sun Yinger's mouth shut. That morning, Wang Ling walked straight in from the school gate. He didn't dare take the convenient transmission array again, mainly because he was worried that he would blow it up again. When he arrived at the classroom, Wang Ling found that Hirogua and Super Chen were already sitting there. These two clowns had most likely gotten up early in the morning to copy each other's homework. Wang Ling, have you heard? Something happened to Wang Zhen next door. Hirogua took the initiative to talk to Wang Ling. Wang Ling pretended to be calm. It seems to have something to do with that strange bunch of people who showed up at the door earlier. They said they were actors, but I think they were gangsters. Hirogua said mysteriously, I heard that it was those gangsters who broke Wang Zhen's knees. Hearing this, Wang Ling couldn't help sighing. That was why people sometimes couldn't be too confident in their knees. How hard was the heavenly Dao durian that he had enchanted? Whoever knelt would know. Chapter 1409. Wang Zhen looked like he had run out of luck. But the truth was that Wang Zhen had only decided to kneel on the durian after careful consideration. Of course he knew that this heavenly Dao durian wasn't ordinary. It was an existence that Wang Ling had enlightened and wouldn't shatter under his knees like an ordinary durian. If he knelt, his kneecap might shatter. Thus, before kneeling on the heavenly Tao durian, Wang Jun had a very clear understanding of the situation. But in the end he still chose to kneel. Because at the same time, Wang Jun was well aware. If his knees were shattered, Wang Ling's anger would dissipate. Compared with breaking his knees, offending Wang Ling was far scarier than Wang Jun had imagined. So, kneel if you want. In any case, cultivation medical technology was so advanced that even if it was broken, it could be repaired without leaving any sequelae. As long as Wang Ling's anger could be appeased, everything would be worth it. And it turned out that Wang Zhen's decision was completely correct. As for the fact that his knees had been beaten up by gangsters, this matter was completely unfounded. He didn't know how it had gotten out. Logically speaking, Lu Qingyi was the only one who knew about his injury. Lu Qingyi had actually covered it up very tightly, so no one else should have known. Unless he had accidentally let the news slip out. But even if it had, it shouldn't have been so outrageous. Wang Jun couldn't help sighing with emotion. This was the way things were on the internet nowadays. People who followed the crowd on the bandwagon often ignored the truth of the matter itself. Because what they really cared about wasn't the truth, but what they believed to be right. It was really scary to not have the ability to think independently nowadays. Elsewhere, Lotus Sun held a special student union meeting to discuss the vicious incident of Wang Jun being suspected of being attacked by gangsters in front of the school gates. Lu Qingyi and Lotus Sun had in fact accidentally let it slip during their conversation about Wang Jun's incident. Then, as the driving force behind the scenes, eldest Miss Sun had made it up. She wanted to hold a student union meeting to find out more about Jiang Yingying. Since there was a meeting, there had to be a reason. Wang Zhen's incident was actually the perfect excuse for the meeting. Who told Wang Zhen to be so mischievous? But after all, this was also using Wang Zhen. Lotus Sun had prepared some tonics for the couple's hotel where Wang Zhen was currently staying. There were all kinds of medicines that could treat bones, kidney deficiency. At 12:30 in the afternoon, it was originally the lunch break for each class. At this point, Lotus Sun called for a student council meeting. The student council was unable to punish the so-called underworld. However, as an organization that provided services to students, they could propose to the school to strengthen the security at the school gate during the dismissal period. Before all the participants started the meeting. Everyone thought it would be a serious meeting. In the end, when Lotus Sun suddenly asked for a person's name, everyone was baffled. Does everyone know this girl, Jiang Yingying? Lotus Sun smiled calmly. Everyone was stunned. Wait a minute. Weren't we supposed to be discussing the issue of strengthening the security at the school gate after school? Why did he suddenly change the topic to a girl? All the representatives of number 60 High's elite class were stupefied. President, is this girl related to this incident? Someone asked. No, I'm not sure yet. Lotus Sun said, I just heard some rumors, so I wanted to ask if everyone knows this girl so that I can sort out the information and verify whether it's true or not. The girl's serious expression made it sound like she was telling the truth, and the naive members of the student council instantly believed her. As expected of the president, as expected of classmate Lotus Sun, she's serious and rigorous. Someone couldn't help praising her on the spot. At the meeting, a lot of people were whispering to each other and talking animatedly. Basically, those who were willing to join the student council were social beauties who were active in various school circles, and more or less had some connections in other schools. After Lotus Sun asked this question, these people immediately took out their phones to ask their friends who they were familiar with. With so many people around, someone really did ask about Jiang Yingying. I got it. A girl with short hair raised her hand. Jiang Yingying, a girl from Sword God Academy. She also participated in the 9 Dragon Mountain National Body Technique competition before, but was eliminated very early on. Sword God Academy? Lotus Sun frowned slightly. Everyone knew that Sword God Academy was a school that Blade Master General Yi had invested in, and that his adopted son, Yi Jiang, was studying there. Loopy Toad had previously speculated that Jiang Yingying might be related to Battle Saint Marshal Jiang. Then, if Jiang Yingying was also studying here, then this could almost be considered a solid piece of evidence. So she was a student from Sword God Academy? Lotus Sun was pleasantly surprised by this new discovery. In this way, the clues to the incident and the relationship between the characters were all connected. Lotus Sun was almost certain that this was the Jiang Yingying she was looking for. "Do you have a photo?" Lotus Sun asked. The short-haired girl pulled out Jiang Yingying's photo, which someone had just sent her. The person who had sent her the information was a boy from Sword God Academy, who was also a member of the student council. "This person looks a little like you, President." The girl swiped her hand across the air, and the photo on her phone was projected into the air in the conference room. When everyone saw Jiang Yingying's face clearly, they couldn't help gasping. You can't say they look particularly alike, but at first glance, they look a little alike. "That's so cool. I still think our president is good-looking." Lotus Sun gazed at this face that looked a lot like her own, and at the same time, she was thinking of countermeasures. Looking at the information she had so far, Jiang Yingying was pretty much what she had speculated. Basically, the fact that she had been able to participate in the 9 Dragon Mountain National Body Technique competition was already enough to prove that Jiang Yingying's grades at Sword God Academy were pretty good. It was just that she had been a little unlucky during the competition and had been eliminated very early on, which was why Lotus Sun hadn't noticed her. So, did she fall in love with classmate Wang Ling during the 9 Dragon Mountain National Body Technique competition? Lotus Sun wondered. After the student council meeting, Lotus Sun spent the afternoon thinking about how to approach Jiang Yingying. It would be very unnatural if she came knocking on her door abruptly. However, what the girl never expected was that something unexpected would happen again just as school was about to end. Lotus Sun was called into Headmaster Chen's office. "Student Lotus Sun, you're the president of the student council. Our school will soon have a new batch of transfer students. I hope you can take the lead and get these students to integrate into our school environment as soon as possible." "Very well, Headmaster, I'll do my best." Lotus Sun nodded. Student Sun is excellent, there won't be any problems." Headmaster Chen smiled as he handed her a booklet. "This is the list, take a look." Lotus Sun opened the booklet. The name of the first person on the list immediately caught her attention. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Sword God Academy's Jiang Yingying. In a flash, a sense of crisis welled up in Lotus Sun's heart. Chapter 1410. Preemptive Strike. This was something Lotus Sun hadn't expected. Sword God Academy wasn't bad since it had been established with General Yi's investment. Although it hadn't been long since it opened, it was a famous key city high school with a strong faculty. A lot of rich people couldn't get in even if they wanted to, but Jiang Yingying had chosen to give up and come to number 60 high. Her goal was very clear. She was here for Wang Ling. Looking at the list, Lotus Sun's mood was very complicated. It said that this batch of transfer students would be enrolled by next Monday at the latest. That was to say, she had no idea when Jiang Yingying would be coming. So now she only knew one thing. She had to be ready at all times. It could be said that Jiang Yingying's move had affected everything. Around the time number 60 high students were out of school, Loopy Toad specially went to Wei Ji's apartment to find out more about Jiang Yingying. It wasn't that Loopy Toad wanted to know the situation. The point was that Lotus Sun had promised it benefits. Now that Loopy Toad had decided to live in the human world, it had to think about its future. And life was nothing more than work, find a partner, get married, and have a son and a daughter or something, but here was the problem. Loopy Toad's assets in the human world were limited. And now, finding a partner was actually a very real problem. For example, between a handsome pauper and an ugly tycoon, most people were more inclined to the material world. After all, as long as you had money, no matter how ugly you were, you could change your appearance. Besides, Loopy Toad didn't think its human form was ugly. It just lacked certain assets. So now, helping Big Miss Sun work and doing some groceries was undoubtedly the best way to make money. When Loopy Toad came to look for Wei Ji, Gu Xuanji was still at number 60 high, and only Zhao Qingxian was helping Wei Ji. Fatty Zhao Qingxian had already switched back to his original body with Fan Xing, and now looked a lot more peaceful. But Loopy Toad felt that this was probably the calm before the storm. Who knew what this guy was thinking? He wouldn't give up on Lu Qingyi so easily. Thus, the biggest beneficiary of the Yang Shuangji incident that Baizhi had transformed into was actually Fan Xing. This guy had already been a cripple, but because of the body swap, his injuries had inadvertently healed. You want to ask about Jiang Yingying? Wei Ji was a little surprised by Loopy Toad's question. He habitually grabbed the brim of his cap and turned it clockwise, revealing his smooth forehead. Then he handed the shower head in his hand to Zhao Qingxian. Right now, they were cultivating spirit plants in a modified greenhouse. These spirit plants were used to make special fertilizers that could help spirit beasts grow better. After handing over his work to Zhao Qingxian, Wei Ji led Loopy Toad to the tea room next door. He closed the door and then activated the soundproof array. Although he didn't think Zhao Qingxian would eavesdrop, Jiang Yingying's problem was a private matter. Wei Ji felt it was safer to do it this way. Is this necessary? Loopy Toad couldn't help laughing. Why did you suddenly want to ask about Miss Yingying? Wei Ji was also curious. He poured Loopy Toad a cup of tea to understand its true thoughts. Isn't this girl going to transfer to number 60 high soon? I was asked by someone to come and find out more. Loopy Toad gave Wei Ji a meaningful look. Did Miss Sun ask you to come? Wei Ji instantly understood the purpose of Loopy Toad's trip. It could only be said that he was, in the end, one of Loopy Toad's best friends in the human world. There were times when a pair of tacit friends only needed one look to guess what it meant. Then can you tell me? If it's not convenient for you, I'll think of something else. I won't force you, Loopy Toad said. After all, the person asking might be the granddaughter of one of the 10 generals, so Loopy Toad understood that it wasn't convenient for Wei Ji to say more. I've already activated the soundproof array. Of course I want to tell you, but what I know is very limited. Wei Ji smiled and flipped through the photo album under the tea table. There was a photo of Wei Ji and a girl who looked somewhat similar to Lotus Sunday. The girl was holding a large orange-yellow spirit bird and smiling very happily. This is Miss Yingying. This was Loopy Toad's first time seeing a photo of Jiang Yingying. If it hadn't taken a closer look, it would have almost thought it was Lotus Sunday. But after careful observation, Loopy Toad felt that the differences were very obvious. First of all, Jiang Yingying had short hair and a mole on the tip of her nose. Maybe it was because of the photo, but her skin wasn't as fair as Lotus Sun's. So Loopy Toad concluded, Boss is still the best looking. You work for Boss Lotus Sun, your salary must be very high, right? Wei Ji gossiped. Not high, not high. I only got 100,000 yuan for one piece of information. I'll remember to send you a red packet when I get my salary. Wei Ji sighed. When all was said and done, she was the young miss of a rich family. Money was too easy to earn. Miss Yingying is indeed Uncle Zhang's granddaughter, but she's not his biological daughter. She was adopted when she was very young, said Wei Ji. Adopted again? Loopy Toad's mouth twitched. What was wrong with the 10 generals? They just liked to raise children. But it wasn't that Loopy Toad couldn't understand. When a cultivator's cultivation reached a high enough level, there would always be some abstinent cultivators. In layman's terms, they had been single for too long and were used to it. How did the saying go? Being single is great, being single is always great. Since they didn't want to marry a wife and wanted to raise a child to inherit their legacy, adoption was the most convenient method. Very few people know about this, and Uncle Jiang didn't tell anyone. As for how I found out, I actually discovered it by accident, said Wei Ji. But he didn't say exactly how he had discovered this relationship. Uncle Jiang regards Miss Yingying as his own. If anything happens to her spirit beast, he basically sends it to me for treatment. All in all, Miss Yingying is a very gentle and quiet girl with an air of literature. A literary girl? More or less. Wei Ji nodded. Hearing this, Loopy Toad suddenly had a bold guess. Since this Miss Jiang Yingying liked literature, then was there another possibility? She actually wasn't attracted to little Master Ling. It had to be noted that during the National Body Technique competition on Nine Dragon Mountain, when Little Master Ling and Wang Ying had been playing with meteorites in space, it had been Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch who had stood in for him. Furthermore, while he had been the substitute, he had completed an astonishing essay with full marks. Chapter 1411. Is there anything else of value? No matter how small it is, Loopy Toad asked. It wasn't very happy. Sure enough, getting information from Wei Ji was the right thing to do. Together, there were already hundreds of thousands of yuan in the account. But this wasn't enough for a down payment on a property. Nowadays, housing prices were ridiculously high. It could only be saved for the time being and accumulated bit by bit. Even if Loopy Toad invested it, it would still be very risky. After all, it was possible to lose money investing in oil nowadays, so nothing was impossible. Let me think. Wei Ji rubbed his chin and thought hard. After a moment, he had an idea. Ah, that's right. Have you heard of gray powder? What's that? Loopy Toad didn't understand. Gray powder? A fan of the gray fog creature? But Gray Fog Lord's groundhog was still being suppressed under the water tower in Battle Sect Central Lake. Because of the pain of losing its balls, Loopy Toad was still petrified and hadn't come back to its senses yet. I just heard about it. When I was chatting with Miss Ying last time, she casually mentioned that she joined a gray sect and became a gray powder, Wei Ji said. It's not some evil religion, is it? After all, with Marshal Jiang around, it's unlikely to be a cult. It's probably some kind of fan club. Wei Ji replied. Miss Ying also said that everyone in the gray sect is a speck of ash in the times. At that moment, Loopy Toad finally understood. A speck of ash in the times was a famous scene that would last forever. This essay from the Nine Dragons Mountain Conclave was still in the National Middle School Student Essay Library and was about to be published as a book as one of the essays in the National Selection of Outstanding Essays. Student Wang Ling, who had been mistaken for the original author, was about to receive a one-time payment of around 3,000 yuan for this reason. But since this was also using his ability to make money, Father Wang had directly contacted the publishing firm and asked them to donate the money in Wang Ling's name. So from what Wei Ji had learned, Loopy Toad suddenly felt that Wang Ling was a little pitiful. If Jiang Ying really took a fancy to Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch, what would happen then? After doing her homework that night, Lotus Sun kept thinking about Jiang Ying. Sun Yinger comforted her. Rong Rong, don't think too much. Maybe he was here to learn. Also, I don't think you need to worry at all. Ling Zhenren is a block of wood that you can't move. How could Jiang Ying get her way so easily? She thought this would comfort Lotus Sun, but in the end, it only made her feel worse. Yes. If only Wang Ling wasn't a blockhead. At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated as Lotus Sun received a message from Loopy Toad. It was full of information on Jiang Ying that Loopy Toad had obtained from Wei Ji, as well as Loopy Toad's speculations about this matter. So, the person classmate Jiang Ying might actually like is Senior Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch? Lotus Sun stared at the message, and her initially gloomy mood seemed to ease up quite a bit. But Loopy Toad's speculation alone didn't seem to prove anything after all. From Jiang Ying's subjective point of view, she didn't know that Wang Ling wasn't the real author of the essay at the Nine Dragon Mountain National Body Technique competition. So what Lotus Sun had to do now was sort out these misunderstandings. The girl originally thought that this was just an ordinary competitor. Unexpectedly, the situation was far more complicated than she had imagined. There's no other way. It looks like we can only infiltrate the enemy's ranks and gain a deeper understanding of the situation, Lotus Sun muttered with a frown after thinking for a while. Rong Rong wants to join that gray sect? That's the only way now. Lotus Sun nodded. But this matter couldn't be rushed for the time being. For Lotus Sun, she still had the task of replacing the Heavenly Dao Magic Cube. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Loopy Toad appeared at the door of Lotus Sun's bedroom on time. The girl was ready. The fourth magic cube was located in another universe secret land called the Ageless Star. Are you ready, boss? Loopy Toad asked. You've worked hard on today's information, Loopy Toad. The money will be in tomorrow. Lotus Sun smiled. Let's make it quick. I have more important things to do when I come back. She was already very familiar with the process of replacing the magic cube. As long as the magic cube didn't go berserk, there was almost no risk in collecting the magic cube as long as she brought Mysterious Sea with her. And after this trip back, Mysterious Sea had reached the standard of 4 cores. The first core was Alluring Sword, the second core was Alluring Sword, the third core was Alluring Sword, and the fourth core was Alluring Sword Plus. With 3 cores, Mysterious Sea could already destroy the Earth, and with 4 cores, he could destroy a planet that was 100 times larger than the Earth. At the same time, in a Xanxing apartment building 100 kilometers away from Lotus Sun's house, there were satellite monitors everywhere. After a flurry of signals, the image finally froze on the villa where Lotus Sun lived. 2 technicians adjusted the satellite image. Young Master, there was a brief fluctuation in the signal just now, but it's normal now. Behind them, a handsome young man in a suit and leather shoes leaned back in a wide leather recliner. His feet were crossed on the table as he frowned slightly. When on earth will the heavenly eye be able to see into my little sister's bedroom? The owner of this Xanxing apartment building was none other than Fan Xing. He was the building owner. The entire apartment building was his territory. Ever since he had recovered, he had been pondering a plan for revenge. During this period of time, the pain he had suffered in the Sun family villa. Every time Fan Xing thought about it, he would feel depressed and unable to get rid of it. It was as if there was a blood clot in his heart. But it seemed he wasn't fated to die. Although he didn't know what was going on, in a very short period of time, his body had completely recovered and reached the level of a normal person's health. Even the doctor who had treated him had said that this might be a miracle in the history of cultivation medicine. Young Master, for some reason, there's always a very strong magnetic field in Miss Sun's bedroom. Maybe Old Master's son has sent an expert to protect her? That's also why our satellite signals have been unable to penetrate it. Expert? How strong? I'm well aware of the strength of the expert in my little sister's villa. The Heavenly Eye setup can easily spy on even soul formation cultivators. Fan Xing said. His original intention had been to secretly take some private photos of Lotus Sun and then spread them online. But now it seemed that this path wasn't going smoothly. Logically speaking, Lotus Sun was only at the foundation establishment stage, and this was in her bedroom, so how could there be an expert lurking in a girl's bedroom? Could it be that his little sister had become a true immortal expert in a few days? That didn't make sense. Forget it, let's just carry out the original plan. Fan Xing sighed and waved his hand. Yes, young master. The technicians nodded, and they began to remotely mobilize the Heavenly Eye. Fan Xing's Heavenly Eye satellite also had the ability to summon meteorites. It could use scientific means to absorb nearby meteorites, and then twist the meteorite's intelligence to a specific orbit to accurately strike the target. That was right. His goal was to blow up the entire Sun family villa and then destroy Lotus Sun along with it. Chapter 1412. Before she left, she vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. The girl raised her head and stared at the night sky. For some reason, she had a vague feeling that there was a murderous aura coming from beyond the heavens. But she wasn't sure, and thought it was just her imagination. In fact, Sun Yinger and Loopy Toad had also sensed it. After leveling up to a divine beast, Loopy Toad could sense the power of chaos scattered throughout the universe. This power of chaos had become Loopy Toad's other major sensory organ, making it particularly sensitive to malice. At the same time, as the Lord of the Void and Lotus Sun's personal female bodyguard, Sun Yinger still had the most basic awareness of defense. Do you sense a faint murderous aura? Loopy Toad asked the girl at that moment. Lotus Sun nodded. Don't doubt yourself, your judgment isn't wrong. Loopy Toad frowned. In the passive one with the sword state, the sword chi emitted by Mysterious Sea was like an amplification device installed on the girl's body, greatly enhancing her ability to predict danger. Why do I feel like it's coming from space? Lotus Sun felt it. She stared at a spot in the sky where the heavenly eye was. "It seems to be a satellite that's trying to launch an attack on this place," said Loopy Toad. "Satellite?" The girl was surprised. There weren't many offensive satellites nowadays that were used as weapons. The Heavenly Justice E-Bomb, developed by Huaxiao Nation's Cultivation and Magic Treasure Research Institute, was in fact still a destructive attack weapon launched from a satellite. Every country in the world strictly controlled weapon satellites, and even Huaguo Water Curtain Group didn't have the right to launch one. Loopy Toad exhaled into the air, and the weapon satellite that was trying to launch an attack on Lotus Sun's house in space was projected into the air like a mirage. Looking at the scale of the weapon, I can basically tell that it's a private satellite. Lotus Sun frowned. Huaguo Water Curtain Group had once launched artificial illumination satellites into space for the cultivation of spirit plants, so the girl had in fact done some research on the classification of satellites. A national weapon satellite was a huge object with a clear flag symbol on it, while a private satellite was a blank slate. I never thought that there would actually be someone who wants your life now. Loopy Toad couldn't help sighing. No matter who was behind it, it was mourning for the culprit. Not everyone could be provoked. What's more, the person he was provoking now was the strongest Foundation establishment cultivator on Earth. Forget it, I don't care who it is. Retrieving the Rubik's Cube is more important now, and I have more important things to do when I come back. Lotus Sun extracted one of Mysterious C's clones from his sword spirit space and left him here to oversee the villa. She didn't take this target seriously at all. "Then let's go." Loopy Toad felt that the girl's way of doing things had become increasingly mature. A few seconds later, they followed Lord Ma's golden teleportation light to the universe mystic realm Immortal star to retrieve the fourth cube. The doppelganger, Mysterious C, stayed here alone in the empty room. His sapphire-like eyes were a bit empty. The breeze outside the window blew his curly hair, and his silver-gray hair fluttered gently like waves. XN Xing Apartments. Everything was ready. The Heavenly Eye had finished absorbing the meteor. With just one order, they could launch a precise attack on Lotus Sun's villa. "Do it," Fan Xing gave his final order. There was a loud bang. The Heavenly Eye's mechanical thrusters abruptly pushed the meteorite into orbit according to the calculations. In an instant, the meteorite shot out and fell into the atmosphere, then rubbed against each other to generate tremendous energy. For a moment, the sky split open and rapidly spread forward. A terrifying burst of energy. Fan Xing had secretly gathered a lot of civilian scientists to discuss and design this Heavenly Eye, and he had commissioned a craftsman to personally build it. For this, he had paid a huge price. At the same time, this was Fan Xing's first time using the Heavenly Eye. Master Shouchong really didn't lie to me. The Heavenly Eye is indeed powerful enough. It's so easy to use. Fan Xing stared at the image transmitted back from the monitor, feeling very happy. He felt that he had really found the right person, and the Master Shouchong he had praised was the true name of this civilian craftsman. This craftsman was called Shouchong. "Young Master, everything is working normally now. The Heavenly Eye has calculated that the meteorite is already in position and can accurately land on top of the villa," said a technician. At the same time, he was also very curious about this craftsman that Fan Xing had found. "Where on earth did you find him, young master?" "I met him by chance. I saw him pacing back and forth at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences, and he was stopped by the security guards at the entrance every time. Out of curiosity, I went to ask about the situation. In the end, I didn't expect to accidentally find such a talent. I invested a lot of money into him, and now many of his inventions are in the testing stage. Soon, I will be able to apply for a patent." Fan Xing smiled. "If I can put them into mass production and go on the market in the future, the technology empire that I establish might not be any worse than Huaguo Water Curtain Group. In the past 2 years, due to the excessive mining of spirit herbs, the market price of spirit herbs kept rising. As the cost of pills increased, the price naturally increased as well. This directly caused people who could not afford to buy pills to be even more unable to afford them, and those who could afford to buy pills felt that it was not worth it. It was no secret that Huagua Water Curtain Group's pill industry had been incurring losses year after year, and it had been going downhill for the past 2 years. In Fan Xing's view, this was the era of technology to prosper the country. And he had unearthed a talent like Shouchong, which undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into his technology company. Currently, Fan Xing had invested as much as billions in Shouchong. And Shouchong did not disappoint, and he had already invented many magical high-tech products. Fan Xing said proudly, "The 180-degree all-around handstand automatic shampoo will go on the market soon. As long as you put your head in, it will automatically wash and dry your head in 30 seconds. The technician, Fan Xing, and you may not know this, but this apartment building is actually also a high-tech, cutting-edge product invented by Shouchong. The apartment building too? That's right." Fan Xing nodded. This apartment building is explosion-proof and earthquake-proof, and it also has an automatic warning system. When the AI system of the apartment determines that the apartment suffers a destructive blow that it can't withstand, it will automatically activate the emergency evacuation system. At this moment, before Fan Xing could finish, the technician in front suddenly screamed, "Not good, young master." "HM? What's going on?" Fan Xing frowned. "The meteorite we launched originally landed precisely in the direction of the Sun family villa, but for some reason, the meteorite was bounced back by a very strong force. Now the heavenly eye shows that the meteorite is returning to the sender's address." "Returning to the sender's address. It's coming in our direction, don't panic." Fan Xing comforted. "XN Xing Apartments is explosion-proof and earthquake-proof." The technician wiped off his sweat. It was indeed explosion-proof and earthquake-proof, but there didn't seem to be any mention of meteorite protection. At this moment, the thing that everyone was most worried about happened. The apartment building's emergency evacuation system alarm sounded. The power of the meteorite was too great, and with the apartment's explosion-proof standards, it couldn't withstand it at all. Fan Xing was stunned for a few seconds. Then, the ceiling of the apartment building automatically opened. This was followed by the sound of a series of springs being fired. Fan Xing and all the employees around him were directly launched out of the apartment building and put into an emergency evacuation system. Everything happened so suddenly that they were ejected very high, thousands of meters away from the ground. Fan Xing and the people around him flew in the air. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but curse. Only then did Fan Xing realize that Shouchong's emergency evacuation system only cared about launching, not landing. Chapter 1413. If he could go online now, Fan Xing really wanted to post a question about how he could survive a rapid fall of several thousand meters when he only had 2 fireball talismans on him. But unfortunately, it seemed that Fan Xing already didn't have the chance to regret it, so that night, news of the meteorite crashing into XN Xing Apartments and destroying the entire building, and how the building owner had ejected on the spot and fled with his employees spread all over the internet. This miraculous operation of just launching a meteorite without caring about landing instantly sparked a new wave of public opinion. As the saying went, when Brother Black smiled, it was hard to tell whether he would live or die. Created by Brother Chong, he flew into the sky and blew himself up. The apartment building's designer, Shouchong, became famous. In the end, Fan Xing was the only one who survived the accident. He had used the last 2 fireball talismans he had on him to attack the ground the moment he hit the ground, creating a reverse propulsion force to cushion his fall. This saved Fan Xing's life. Although he hadn't died in the eyes of outsiders, he would have been better off dead than alive. Why is it him again? When the ambulance from Songhai First Military Medical Hospital arrived at the scene, the emergency doctor couldn't help looking stupefied when he saw the dying young man lying on the ground in front of him. He had a deep impression of Fan Xing. After all, not all men had the experience of having their balls pierced by ribs. When Fan Xing had been discharged from the hospital 2 days ago, the emergency doctor had paid special attention to him. He felt that it was a miracle in medical history. Furthermore, it was unlikely that this kind of miracle would happen a second time, but now, the emergency doctor decided to take back his words. Using a portable scanning magic treasure, The emergency doctor started to give Fan Xing a preliminary appraisal and treatment. The situation wasn't optimistic at all. The last time he had been treated, it had only been a comminuted fracture of the skull. But now, apart from his head, it was a slime fracture all over his body. The so-called slime fracture was even more exaggerated than a comminuted fracture. The bones in his body were almost crushed into powder. His whole body was like a pool of slime. A slime fracture all over his body. This kind of case is rare, an accompanying medical staff said with a sigh. To be honest, with this kind of injury, it might be better to be directly smashed into ashes. That might be better. If the strength is great enough to smash a person into ashes, the person who is smashed into ashes won't feel any pain. Thus, Fan Xing's current condition was actually only slightly better than being smashed into ashes. He might as well die. Even if he could be saved, he was destined to be tortured. In fact, it wasn't just the bones problem. After the emergency doctor examined him, he found that Fan Xing's organs were also severely damaged. His organs are all ruptured, and his body is bleeding profusely. The egg and blood have fused together. Under normal circumstances, such severe injuries could basically be declared dead. But what the emergency doctor couldn't believe was that Fan Xing was still breathing. Everything was the same as last time. His injuries were obviously very serious. But Fan Xing was still hanging on to his last breath. His vitality is too tenacious. The emergency doctor sighed. Although Fan Xing's injuries were severe, his heart rate was actually stable. What the hell? He snorted under his breath. Even a health lock cheat wasn't that ridiculous. Of course, Fan Xing did not have the ability to lock his HP. This was just a continuation of the curse that Death Heavenly Law had left on Fan Xing, as long as Fan Xing harbored malicious thoughts towards her. The curse of Final Destination would always be there. Moreover, Fan Xinghui blamed all his resentment on Lotus Sunday. Thus, the curse of the heavenly Tao of death became a kind of perpetual motion. So in fact, even if Lotus Sun hadn't sent out the doppelganger Mysterious Sea, Fan Xing would still meet a tragic end in the end. How is it? Should we bring him back? I don't think he can be cured even if we bring him back. This brother was also in our hospital before, and he directly charged 200 million yuan into our account. So don't worry about the medical expenses. The emergency doctor said, moreover, we're doctors, and since we're doctors, saving lives is our duty, no matter how difficult it is to save this person. So, let's take him away. He called out to the medical staff beside him. This was the second time he had saved Fan Xing. Faced with this man's tenacious vitality, all the accompanying doctors were moved. Elsewhere, in the secret realm of the Immortal Star, the girl had smoothly replaced the fourth heavenly Tao magic cube and at the same time, fused the old one into Mysterious Sea. At this point, Mysterious Sea had become a spirit sword with 4 cores. The Immortal Star was a beautiful place with a pleasant temperature, and rainbow-colored clouds on the horizon were as dazzling as the aurora borealis. This was the legendary peach blossom land of the universe's secret realm, a very suitable place for vacation. Sun Yinger was holding a snow-white creature that looked like cotton. This was an immortal star, a creature whose entire body was as soft as cotton. It was said that each immortal star creature could live for more than 10,000 years. It was as if they could live forever here and never grow old. What a magical place! Lotus Sun sighed with emotion. If it wasn't for the mission to collect magic cubes, she might never have known that such a beautiful vacation spot existed in the universe. The Immortal Star was originally a place suitable for human habitation. But Tao Ancestor Wang also modified it for his vacation, said Loopy Toad. The Immortal Star creatures were very amiable. They had lived here for generations and stood aloof from worldly affairs. No one had ever seen an immortal star angry before. Because of this, the Immortal Star was also known as the Honest Star. It was Tao Ancestor Wang who had given it this nickname, and Loopy Toad thought that there might be a reason for it. After all, there were times when an honest person was enraged, and that was a very scary thing. Who knows, it might even cause a calamity. Fortunately, The immortal star creatures were generally cooperative with the matter of replacing the heavenly Tao magic cube. They couldn't speak, and all of them used their mental power to convey information. Along the way, they led Lotus Sun and the others to successfully complete the mission of replacing the magic cube. With 4 cores, Mysterious Sea was even more powerful. This formidable power was now in the hands of a girl at the Foundation establishment stage. No one could have imagined it. "Rong Rong, you're going to be invincible," Sun Yinger chuckled. But the girl's expression didn't look as relaxed as she imagined. "I feel like everything is going too smoothly." She was worried that there would be more changes in the future. Although nothing had gone wrong with the task of replacing the magic cube so far, that faint sense of worry lingered in the girl's heart the whole time. "I think you're thinking too much, Rong Rong. Even if something happens, even if the sky falls, Ling Zhenren will be there to hold it up." Sun Yinger comforted her. "Tomorrow is the Sword Dao Conference. I think it's better if you think about how to perform at the Sword Dao Conference. I'll practice swordsmanship with you tonight. I'll teach you a new sword technique. I guarantee you'll win." "A new sword technique?" "I was inspired by the dog-beating stick technique in wuxia novels. It's called Whirlwind Dog Chopping Sword." "Loopy Toad?" Chapter 1414. Sun Yinger hadn't come up with this whirlwind dog chopping sword technique. It was a technique she had invented and developed herself. Its advantage was that it had an extremely fast attack speed. As the saying went, speed was the only thing unbeatable in all the martial arts in the world. Once the whirlwind dog chopping sword technique was used, the speed of the sword would continuously increase over time. If she could cultivate this technique to perfection, she could stab out 80 times in a second. It was also very effective against women, because this technique specialized in attacking the lower half of the body. Because at the beginning, Sun Yinger had developed this sword technique to deal with Wang Ying. But later, Sun Yinger discovered that not only would her Shadow Dao abilities be greatly reduced in front of Wang Ying, but she would also be forced into a disarmed state to this damn gorilla. But since she had developed this sword technique, Sun Yinger felt that it would be a pity to waste it. "What do you think, Rong Rong? Do you want to learn it or not? If you want, I can teach you." Sun Yinger was very much looking forward to Lotus Sun learning it and using it in front of everyone. "But you haven't told me what the weakness is." Lotus Sun was a little hesitant. She had no doubt about the lethality and destructive power of this sword technique, but the name really didn't sound beautiful at all. It was too crazy. It didn't fit her style as a quiet and beautiful girl. "The weakness isn't big, but it's not small either," Sun Yinger said. "Once you start using this sword technique, you can't stop. You can't stop until you chop the opponent up. Otherwise, you'll go berserk." Chop. The whirlwind dog chopping sword technique is like a soybean milk machine. It first attacks the lower half of the body and turns it into egg paste, and then because of the high attack speed, it rubs against the air and eventually turns it into egg tarts. Lotus Sun? So that night, when she got home, Sun Yinger was taken away by Wang Ying. Who knew if Wang Ying had been chopped into egg tarts? Sun Yinger probably couldn't keep her waist the next day. Wednesday, December 9th. Wang Ying still hadn't let Sun Yinger come back in the morning. Lotus Sun lit incense for her on the balcony, then went back to the desk to pick up the list of transfer students that Headmaster Chen had given her, intending to take a good look at it on the way home. Jiang Yingying's name had been at the top of the list, which had made her a little upset. As a result, she hadn't fully understood the other transfer students' information. When she went out, Jiang Xiaoche was already waiting for her at the entrance in his low-key black business car. "Good morning, Brother Xiaoche." Lotus Sun greeted him, opened the car door, and leaned against the back seat. Her gaze swept to the rearview mirror in front of her. She saw Jiang Xiaoche's listless face and a pair of deep dark circles under his eyes. "Why do I feel like you didn't sleep well? Are you working overtime again?" Lotus Sun asked. As far as she could remember, Jiang Xiaoche rarely seemed so dispirited and listless. As Jiang Xiaoche drove, he didn't know whether he should say these things to Lotus Sun or not. But right now, he was so depressed that he couldn't help but pour out all the bitterness in his belly. I seem to have fallen in love with a girl, but Brother Xiaoche's condition, most girls wouldn't refuse it, right? Unless the girl Brother Che likes isn't an ordinary person. Lotus Sun analyzed, or else. Or what? Jiang Xiaoche was puzzled. Lotus Sun looked at Jiang Xiaoche seriously. Brother Xiaoche, don't tell me you like someone under the age of 14. Recently, she had seen a lawyer with the surname Bao sexually assaulting his adopted daughter, and had even said that he was actually dating his adopted daughter. Such a thick-skinned person disgusted Lotus Sun to the core. That was why there were so many thoughts floating around in his mind. I'm not that beastly. The corners of Jiang Xiaoche's mouth twitched. But that girl is indeed a high school girl. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days, and I've realized that I really like her. I can wait. Do you have that girl's contact information? I even have WeChat. Last night, I scrapped hundreds of accounts. I didn't add any of them. The corners of Lotus Sun's mouth twitched. After all, he was dating a high school girl. If Jiang Xiaoche still used societal methods, it would be strange if he didn't get rejected. I think your brother Xiaoche shouldn't harass other people for the time being. What if that girl goes to the police and they find out that it's you and Grandpa finds out? Lotus Sun kindly reminded him. Mrs. Wright, I'll be careful. Jiang Xiaoche gripped the steering wheel, pulled himself together, and nodded. Lotus Sun sighed silently. After all, Jiang Xiaoche had watched her grow up, so she wasn't worried that he would have any particularly bad intentions. It was just that sometimes he was a little silly. In Lotus Sun's memory, Old Man Sun seemed to have categorized Jiang Xiaoche as having intermittent silly syndrome. In other words, Jiang Xiaoche was usually pretty smart. But once he encountered something that made him feel conflicted, he would do something stupid. Halfway down the road, Jiang Xiaoche noticed that Lotus Sun was looking very seriously at a register and couldn't help feeling a little curious. Miss, what are you looking at? The register of new students. Headmaster Chen gave me the task of showing them around the campus, Lotus Sun answered, her eyes fixed on the register. She had already memorized most of the information about the new transfer students. What surprised her was that there was actually a foreign transfer student on the list this time. This was a girl from Sun Island named Ryoko Kamiya. According to the information, Kamiya's Mandarin was very poor and she was still learning. Number 60 high was finally in line with international standards. Lotus Sun smiled bitterly in her heart. When the car was about to reach number 60 high's main entrance, there was finally only one page left in the girl's register. She turned the page and was surprised to find that the information on the last page wasn't about the students. It's information on the new teacher. Lotus Sun's pupils contracted slightly. Logically speaking, the student council shouldn't be in charge of the new teacher's information. That was the Human Resources Department's business. Thus, the girl deduced that there was a high chance that Headmaster Chen had made a mistake when he was organizing the information. Filled with curiosity, Lotus Sun began to carefully read the information. He then realized that there were a total of 5 new teachers. Moreover, one of them was the newly appointed vice principal and a math teacher. However, the vice principal's name was a little strange. His name was Fire Ding. Wait a minute. Fire. Wasn't that just the word, lamp? The girl suddenly thought of a familiar person. Could it be Senior Golden Lamp was the new vice principal and math teacher? Had Battle Sect finally infiltrated number 60 high school completely? Chapter 14-15. This week was number 60 high school's transfer period, so the school was particularly lively. Until next Monday, there might be new students joining number 60 high school every day. When Wang Ling arrived at the school, several people who had already arrived were discussing this matter. As Wang Ling had expected, that foreigner was the center of attention among the transfer students this time. Several of the boys in the class were having a heated discussion. They were all imagining what kind of person the foreign girl was. Who would have thought that our school would be promoted to a key city high school in just half a semester? Now, she's even famous abroad, and even foreigners are interested. I heard there's a foreign girl called Ryoko Kimiya. I wonder which class she'll be in. Lotus Sun hadn't intentionally leaked the name list, but the name Ryoko Kimiya had already spread throughout the school, which Wang Ling found a little strange. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a teacher to leak information about a student in advance, and the name list was in the hands of Lotus Sun, who was the president of the student union. She hadn't told anyone else, so who had leaked the name? After comprehensive consideration, Wang Ling felt that there was only one possible answer to the question, unless Ryoko Kimiya had leaked the information herself in advance. It looked like this girl wasn't easy to deal with. Wang Ling sighed in his heart. He didn't have a vague impression of Sun Island, because he had indeed fought with ninja cultivators from there before. It was a mystical place that was good at combining ninjutsu and cultivation. Of course, not everyone who came from there was an assassin. Sun Island also had kind-hearted locals. Students like Ryoko Kimiya, who had chosen to study abroad, came from well-off families, but most likely couldn't compare to Lotus Sun's family. Where did you get the news? Su Xiao asked as he collected his homework. Everyone was very curious about this student, Ryoko Kimiya, who had come all the way from abroad. Everyone's spreading it on the school's tieba, Dopikwa said. I heard that this student Ryoko Kimiya is very beautiful, a great beauty. Also, the Kimiya family is a well-known exorcism family in the area. Exorcism? Wang Ling was startled. In fact, the concept of exorcism wasn't a religion in the local area. Those so-called exorcism organizations essentially did exorcism. It was just that there were differences in how they called it. For example, the people of Sun Island preferred to call it exorcism. Wang Ling wasn't completely unfamiliar with the concept of spirit. After all, when he was very young, Loopy Toad had been a childhood trauma to him. Moreover, he had attended an exorcism convention last semester in search of Bai Qiao. To be honest, those spirits and ghosts were too weak and weren't a challenge at all. Since young, Wang Ling had rarely been harassed by a spirit. Those who had harassed him had been transcended by the backlash. But even then, the exorcism industry still had great prospects for development. In essence, this line of work seemed to be able to be engaged in as long as a cultivator had a certain level of cultivation. If one did not have enough experience, even a cultivator with a high level of cultivation would very likely fall into the trap. Those specters and malicious ghosts were all very cunning. In Wang Ling's view, the demon race in the demon world was still a little more simple-minded. That was why there had always been a saying on the internet, catching ghosts is harder than catching demons. Because of this, there had been a period of disdain between the demon exorcism faction and the demon hunter faction for a period of time, with each faction looking down on the other. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon world and the human world had reconciled and were planning to develop peacefully, the two factions would probably have fought again. The Jiogong family had chosen to send Jiogong Yoshiko to study in Huaxiao Nation this time. Wang Ling speculated that the Jiogong family's real goal might be to use Jiogong Yoshiko to open up their exorcism and exorcism market in Huaxiao Nation. Of course, this was just Wang Ling's analysis. Everything was unknown until he met this Jiogong Yoshiko in the country. Wang Ling hoped that this girl wouldn't be in the same class as him. The first class in the morning was math, but Teacher Pan entered the classroom 10 minutes before class started. Students, starting today, our class will welcome a new math teacher. Teacher Hua is also our number 60 high school's new vice headmaster. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. After a burst of fierce applause, a handsome young man with lush hair in a suit stepped into the classroom. Wang Ling almost choked on his saliva when he saw this familiar face. Next to him, Jin Yuan and Gu Xuanji were also stupefied. What's going on? Jin Yuan asked Gu Xuanji telepathically. I think I heard earlier that Senior Golden Lamp wanted to come to number 60 high school, but I didn't expect him to come directly to be a leader. Gu Xuanji smiled bitterly. At that moment, Golden Lamp swept his gaze around and secretly communicated with Wang Ling out of the corner of his eye. It was as if he was saying to Wang Ling, Ling Zhenren, pleasantly surprised or not, exciting or not. It made Wang Ling want to flip the table on the spot. Who knew why a monk who couldn't even figure out functions back then would run over to number 60 high school to be vice headmaster and a part-time math teacher? This didn't make sense. And what Wang Ling couldn't help wanting to ridicule even more was Monk Golden Lamp's lush hair. It was real hair. Through the king's eye, Wang Ling could clearly see that Monk Golden Lamp's hair grew out of the scars on the top of his head. This operation was really too magical, and Wang Ling was stunned on the spot. "Hello, students, this poor Taoist's name is Fire Ding," the monk said amiably. Wang Ling could tell that out of professional habit he had wanted to say, "this poor monk," but fortunately his brain had turned around in time, and he had directly failed due to his opening remarks. When he had applied for the job, Monk Golden Lamp had used his experience as a Taoist priest in one of his lives to successfully disguise his identity. As for documents and whatnot, they could all be handed over to the battle sect to handle. Furthermore, Audiobook was around to obtain a teacher's qualification certificate, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to obtain it in a matter of minutes. Today is the first time Teacher Fire Ding has taught a class. Teacher Fire Ding is a very powerful cultivator. I hope that if you have any questions, you can guard against arrogance and rashness and seize this opportunity. Focus on class and don't be distracted. After saying that, Teacher Pan glared at Wang Ling. "Wang Ling, I'm talking about you. I knew in the corridor just now that you were distracted during morning self-study." Wang Ling, ? This scene was like the first day of school at number 60 high school. Old Pan left a few words of deterrence before he left. After everyone watched Old Pan leave in search of a private room, Monk Golden Lamp's face suddenly tensed up. Because he saw that Super Chen's body seemed to be glowing. "Super Chen, why do I feel like you're glowing from head to toe?" Someone rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. "Is it because I'm here that the old version of the light blessing spell that I planted earlier resonated?" The monk had never expected that something like this would happen in the end in his first class. Lotus Sun had also been blessed by his body not long ago, but he had used the new version of the light blessing spell at that time, and the glowing resonance bug had long since been fixed. At that moment, the monk had a bad feeling. Without saying anything else, he hurriedly walked over to Super Chen. The monk had no other choice now. The monk could only use the new version of the light blessing spell to replace the old one. Chapter 14:16. There was no doubt that as the new version of the blessing spell covered Super Chen's body, his blessed mouth had been strengthened once more. In the future, Wang Ling felt that he had to be more wary of Super Chen. This guy's mouth was too scary, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his words were law. He was simply a walking poisonous healer. But Super Chen had to say it unconsciously for it to be effective. He couldn't judge something with a utilitarian mindset, otherwise it would be inaccurate. Wang Ling felt that Super Chen's strengthening today might become a foreshadowing in the future. Now that number 60 high's big shots had gathered, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the affiliated middle school of battle sect. In fact, there was something else that he hadn't expected. In fact, the Heavenly Tao of Death had already arrived by his side. He was a representative of Heavenly Tao, one of the 6 main seats of the Heavenly Tao Governing Committee, and had initially learned from Wang Ling. However, Death Heavenly Tao was very timid. Speaking of which, he felt a little ashamed. Out of fear of death, he didn't dare get too close to Wang Ling. This psychological shadow had been there ever since the last time Wang Ling had picked up Jinka and put a sword to his neck to interrogate him. He was a Death Heavenly Tao and didn't know shit about Heavenly Tao. How would he dare sit next to Ling Junren and display his slight skill in front of an expert? Death Heavenly Tao shuddered at the thought of being in the same class as Wang Ling. But those guys from Heavenly Court had forced him to come to number 60 high, so he still had to continue with this task. Therefore, Death Heavenly Tao took a step back and came up with a solution. After Tyrant's morning class ended, he returned to the independent vice principal's office. He felt that he was doing quite well in math class. At first, he didn't even know what a function was, but now it was a piece of cake. Although the learning time was longer, of course, The most time-consuming part was overcoming fear. The mental pressure from Wang Ling's memory brick was so great that it took the monk 3 whole days to come back to his senses. In fact, to this day, there was still a faint shadow in his heart. But as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? In the end, monk Jin Deng still perfectly displayed the spirit of a monk. In the end, he spent another 3 hours to finish all the math problems he had learned in college. He didn't dare say that he was very good at learning, but at the very least, he definitely wasn't as good as Wang Ling. A monk must be humble. There must be many areas where he is lacking. Learning mathematics in 3 hours was too long. He had to reflect on it. Back in the office, the monk put down the lesson plan in his hands and prepared to make a cup of tea. At this time, there was a knock on the office door, and a young man in overalls walked in. Hello, I'm here to apply for a position in the security department. I heard that you're still lacking a school guard captain. It turned out that number 60 High's school guard was old Lee, but he was getting on in years. Headmaster Chen decided that after they found a new school guard captain and handed over his duties, old Lee would retire and enjoy his later years in peace. So now, there were people who came to apply for the position. The monk felt that this young man's aura was a little familiar. He turned around and saw that it was Death Heavenly Dao. It's you? It's me. Death Heavenly Dao's mouth twitched. At the same time, Tyrant fell into silence. The Heavenly Law Gate. This matter could be said to have become history again. This was simply unprecedented. Aren't you here to learn? The monk laughed. I wouldn't dare. Death Heavenly Dao sighed. I think this position is actually quite suitable for me. If anyone tries to touch me, I'll directly take them away. The monk was silent for a bit, then replied, but you should go to the HR department. I'm not in charge of this. There are a lot of people applying now, can't you go through the back door? Death Heavenly Dao said. Considering that the Heavenly Dao also wanted face, after saying this, Death Heavenly Dao closed the office door. Then, he suddenly knelt down with a thud and hugged the monk's thigh. Senior Golden Lamp. Say the child. Let go first, the monk sighed. Actually, I think Ling Jinren is very cute. He's not that scary. Besides, you made a great contribution in rescuing Miss Sun, so Ling Jinren definitely won't do anything to you. Death Heavenly Dao knelt on the ground and rested his hands on his thigh. But I still don't have the courage. Fine, you get up first. As for the school guard captain, this humble Taoist will think of a way. Golden Lamp helped Death Heavenly Dao up. Since Wang Ling's appearance, the entire Heavenly Dao had become humble. Although the Heavenly Dao began to become more slick, it seemed to have lost its original momentum. The monk didn't know whether this was a good thing or not. He felt that it was because the Heavenly Dao didn't have a good understanding of Wang Ling. Ling Jinren was so cute. When he ate crispy noodle snacks, his cheeks puffed up like a cute little hamster. What was there to be afraid of? It was lunchtime at number 60 High School. From the start of this semester, number 60 High School's lunchtime system had been abolished. The canteen no longer prepared lunchboxes in advance and delivered them to the classroom doors. All students had to walk to the canteen to eat, and there were no longer any special services for the elite students. Wang Ling heard that Headmaster Chen even planned to change the school uniform so that all number 60 High School students would wear the elite school uniform. Everyone in number 60 High School was an elite. Although there was an elite class, it meant that the students were the best of the best. So even if they were students from the regular classes or remedial classes, as long as they were students of number 60 High School, they were also elites. Eliminating differential treatment was actually a sign of progress. Wang Ling felt that Headmaster Chen was a very far-sighted man. As a teacher, he should treat all students equally. For lunch today, Mother One had prepared sweet and sour pork, pepper and salt pork ribs, seaweed egg soup, steamed okra and stir-fried vegetables, all of which were nutritionally balanced. Apart from this, there was also a new dish that Mother One had invented called black fungus stewed with fatty big C. The students could choose to taste it. Wang Ling took the food and chose a corner seat to sit down. There were too many people in the canteen, and he actually didn't really want to eat in a crowded place. He planned to casually take a bite or two and then leave straight away. Super Chen and Hirogwa also came over with their plates and sat down next to Wang Ling with ease. Being able to eat with familiar people finally soothed Wang Ling's mood a little. The corner seats were for 4 people, and after Hirogwa and Super Chen took their seats, there was only one seat left. "Why isn't Lotus-san here?" Super Chen asked. He put his legs across the empty chair next to him, intending to reserve a seat for Lotus Sunday. "She doesn't come here to eat, as it's easy for a stampede to happen." Hirogwa said, "So student Lotus-san's food is delivered directly to the office, just like the teachers." "Office?" "The student union office, that's where she eats," Hirogwa said. "Classmate Wang Ling, can I sit here?" At that moment, a sweet female voice rang out. Wang Ling, Super Chen and Hirogwa raised their heads and were surprised to see a girl who actually looked a little like Lotus-san. Furthermore, this girl wasn't wearing number 60 high school uniform and had come in casual clothes. She wore a casual white off-the-shoulder short-sleeve top and a denim skirt, which stunned Super Chen and Hirogwa on the spot. Out of 10 points, this leg was definitely worth 9 points. "Please sit down." Super Chen quickly moved his leg away. Wang Ling. At that moment, this unfamiliar girl took the initiative to stretch out her hand to Wang Ling. "Hello, classmate Wang Ling, I'm a new transfer from Sword God Academy. I'm here to register today and will officially report in tomorrow. I'm Jiang Yingying." Chapter 14-17. In his heart, Wang Ling despised Super Chen's ungrateful behavior. But very quickly, Super Chen made up for it. Jiang Yingying stretched out her hand to shake his, but Super Chen grabbed it instead. "Jiang Yingying, right? Hello, classmate Jiang, I'm Super Chen. I'm also classmate Wang Ling's best bro." Jiang Yingying was a little disgusted at first by this man who acted so familiar with her, but when she heard that Super Chen was Wang Ling's best bro, she suppressed the urge to shake his hand off. "So it's classmate Super Chen, I know you. You did very well in the 9 Dragons Mountain competition." Jiang Yingying smiled. Of course, this was just a courtesy. All her attention had been drawn to a speck of ashes in the era, and she actually didn't remember Super Chen's brilliant performance at all. But before coming to number 60 high school, Jiang Yingying had done as much homework as she could. It was just that Super Chen was Wang Ling's best bro. She had been negligent. She had to record it later. This would help Jiang Yingying find out more about Wang Ling's side in his heart. A beautiful transfer student suddenly taking the initiative to come over for a chat at lunchtime. Sure enough, she was too eye-catching. He wondered if he should bring his own bento to school in the future. No rice. Wang Ling could make his own bento. Braised crispy noodle soup, crispy noodle soup. He just needed to separate the bags, which was very convenient. Actually, Wang Ling himself was also very puzzled. He was already so low-key, and had even deliberately shaped his face to look like he thought he wasn't particularly handsome. But why could he still attract girls? Could it really be because of old Wang's strange DNA? And so, he faced Jiang Yingying. Wang Ling really wanted to reply, "What on earth do you like about me? I'll change, alright?" But there were too many eyes in front of him, and he couldn't say it. Given that most of the people in the canteen were single dogs, Wang Ling's words were nothing more than adding fuel to the fire. If he really said it, in the eyes of many boys, this was nothing more than taking advantage of the situation. Our Wang Ling doesn't like to talk, he's just like that. "What can I do for you, classmate Jiang?" Super Chen was very friendly. Although it was his first time meeting Jiang Yingying, she gave him a very good first impression. "Actually, it's nothing much." Jiang Yingying smiled, her eyes fixed on Wang Ling. "I'm a fan of classmate Wang Ling. The essay you wrote during the 9 Dragons Mountain Range competition really opened my eyes." It would have been better if she hadn't said it. Once she did, Wang Ling instantly understood everything. *CK. So this girl was Crispy Noodles' fault. Wang Ling lowered his head and pretended to eat, while his other hand stretched under the table to make calculations. Very quickly, he understood the ins and outs of everything, as well as Jiang Yingying's real reason for transferring to number 60 high school. For Wang Ling, there was no such thing as asking for advice on composition. It was even more impossible. Wang Ling felt that this Miss Jiang Yingying's intentions were misplaced. Moreover, at the very least, even if they were in love, that had to be done in accordance with the basic laws. Who would rush to get promoted right after transferring to another school? The food in number 60 High's canteen isn't bad. Today's sweet and sour pork was pretty good. Wang Ling, do you like meat too? Jiang Yingying had only sat down for a few seconds before she started looking for a topic of conversation. It was said that everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. As long as one wasn't a fool, anyone could see Jiang Yingying's intentions. Super Chen's heart ached again. He didn't understand what on earth was so good about Wang Ling. Why were all the girls willing to surround him? Couldn't they consider him a bit? Jiang Yingying's question. Wang Ling continued to remain silent. He looked incomparably calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. As good brothers, Super Chen and Hirogwa could read the helplessness in Wang Ling's eyes. Classmate Jiang, I told you Wang Ling is like this. Don't take offense. Are you from Divine Sword Academy? I actually wanted to ask you, how's your captain, Yi Jiang, doing now? Super Chen tried to change the subject. But Jiang Yingying only had eyes for Wang Ling. Wang Ling, can you still eat? I haven't touched the meat, I still have some here. As the saying went, don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. A man who didn't talk while eating was so handsome. Jiang Yingying was full of joy. She wasn't angry at Wang Ling for not answering her question and remaining silent. On the contrary, she felt that Wang Ling was a single-minded boy. Wang Ling read Jiang Yingying's thoughts and was so shocked that he almost dropped his chopsticks. Someone save him. Elsewhere, Lotus Sun was enjoying her lunch in the student union office. She actually wanted to go to the canteen and eat with Wang Ling. But it was too easy to cause a commotion, and for safety and order, there was nothing she could do about it. Lotus Sun. Lotus Sun. At that moment, a very urgent voice came from outside the office. Lotus Sun looked up and saw Class 2's Li Yue rushing over with a worried expression. Bad news. Li Yue slammed her palm on Lotus Sun's desk, shaking the bowl of soup on the table until it spilled over. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Lotus Sun took out 2 pieces of paper and wiped the soup off the table. Li Yue cried out in alarm, Your husband Wang Ling is going to be snatched away. You don't talk nonsense. The girl instantly blushed. Hey, last time I helped you make a love bento, I thought you two could be together. In the end, I found out that you two are so long-winded. Li Yue had a disappointed expression as she spread her hands and sat down. Classmate Wang Ling is a blockhead, but you're not. Just grab him and smash him against the wall. You haven't told me what you meant by what you said just now? What do you mean he's going to be snatched away? Lotus Sun didn't understand. She calmly picked up the bowl of soup and took a sip as if deep in thought. Actually, she had a rough idea of what had happened. But the more it was like this, the more she couldn't appear flustered. Otherwise, wouldn't others laugh at her? She's a transfer student. Her name is Jiang Yingying. She came to school to register today, and is eating with Wang Ling in the canteen right now, said Li Yue. As her bestie, she naturally had to speak bluntly. It's just eating, it's fine. Classmate Wang Ling won't care about her, will he? Lotus Sun smiled calmly. You're actually so calm. Li Yue found it a little unbelievable. She had wanted to observe the girl's reaction when she stomped her feet anxiously, but in the end, the girl's calm attitude in the face of danger was far beyond her expectations. Lotus Sun took out her phone and seemed to have sent a message somewhere. Right after that, she calmly ate her meal. Li Yue didn't understand what Lotus Sun had done. At the girl's gesture, she walked over to the window of the student union office and saw Jiang Yingying walk out of the canteen with a flustered expression. What did you do? Li Yue was a little incredulous. Do you know about the Gray Sect? Lotus Sun asked lightly as she picked up some food. Gray Sect? Which new literary exchange sect was set up among students? It seems they're all fans of Wang Ling's essays? Li Yue replied. Recently, Gray Sect culture had been very popular on the internet. Although she wasn't a member, it was impossible for her not to have heard of it. I just sent her an edict and sent her away, Lotus Sun replied. Edict? Of course, because I'm the sect leader. Lotus Sun answered calmly with a smile on her face. Why are you the sect leader? I just need to pay. Isn't it easy to be the sect leader? Lotus Sun smiled. In fact, the position of sect leader of the Grey Sect. She had already taken it down during the morning self-study session. She had calculated that Jiang Yingying would most likely launch a surprise attack. So she had made preparations in advance. Who would have thought it would actually come in handy? Ding. At that moment, Lotus Sun's phone suddenly vibrated. She received a text from Wang Ling. Thank you. Although the text was as concise as ever, the joy in the girl's heart was self-evident. This was the first time Wang Ling had taken the initiative to text her. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.